Meeting to order at 10:05. We'll start with public comment on closed session. Do we have any public comment on closed session at this time? Okay, seeing no public comment, we are going to move to closed session. Okay, we're going to go ahead and open this meeting. We'll start with the report on closed session.
Sure, Mr. Chair. The board met in closed session to discuss several items identified on the agenda. With regard to the first item regarding real property negotiations, I do have something to report regarding that matter. The board directed its agent Capital Corps to prepare a term sheet related to acquiring permanent Table A water rights, and any kind of agreement regarding that would come back at a subsequent meeting. For details on that, I think we've got a Capital Corps report which will be describing generally that process. The board also met to discuss anticipated and existing litigation matters as listed, and there is no reportable action on those items. Mr. Chair, that concludes the report.
Thank you, sir. Next, we're going to, if you'll follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next we'll have a roll call.
Vice Chair Ratora. Chairman Heyman.
Present.
Director Itmeyer.
Here.
Director Peters.
Here.
Director Vallejo.
Present.
Okay, moving along, we're going to go to item 5. Ordered to receive and file Public Capital Corps Group Report discussing import water purchase negotiations. This will be presented by Capital Corps.
Good morning, everyone. This is Jeff Simonetti with Capital Corps Group. Just making sure everyone can hear me okay.
We can hear you loud and clear, Jeff.
Perfect. All right. Well, we just wanted to go through a couple of items related to water purchases, and we thought we'd just give a quick overview today on a couple of things. Just give just a brief overview on how water works in California, particularly related to surface water transactions. Considering the drought conditions that we're in, we thought that we could talk a little bit about current water conditions and how that's affecting the process. Third, how SGMA is affecting water supplies in California. And then finally, talk about some of the water supply options that we're reviewing. And as we heard coming out of closed session, we have a bit more detail on that, and we'll pick that up at the end of the presentation. So if we could go to the next slide. Really, there are two main areas of surface water supply that California relies on. The first is from the Department of Interior called the Central Valley Project, which provides approximately 9.5 million acre feet in terms of deliveries, as well as the State Water Project, which brings approximately 4.4 million acre feet of deliveries. The challenge with this, and particularly this year that we're having right now, is that this water supply is highly variable. So, as you can see here, the Bureau of Reclamation theoretically could deliver up to 9.5 million acre feet. For significant portions of the Central Valley Project right now, they're supplying nothing. In terms of the State Water Project right now, they're only providing 5% of allocated deliveries. So they're providing only approximately 250,000 acre feet this year out of the 4.4 million that they could deliver. So there's high variability on that. If we look at what's driving, and go to the next slide, what's driving water demand, there are really four main components here that we've identified. First, population growth and development. We obviously, as part of new developments, need to put together a water management plan that identifies up to 30 years of water supplies, and that's pushing the need for more permanent supplies. Second would be regulatory. We've talked in the past about how there's environmental restrictions on pumping related going through the Delta, and that puts more strain on already limited water supplies. Third is agricultural operations across the state. In the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a significant shift from row crops to more permanent crops, such as tree nuts and citrus, and those require watering regardless of what the drought conditions are. So that has put further stress on water supplies as well. Finally would be SIGMA compliance. And if we can go to the next slide, we know that as Indian Wells is part of one of the 21 critically overdrafted groundwater basins, Indian Wells, along with the 20 other critically overdrafted groundwater basins, had to submit their GSPs by January of last year. For many of those groundwater sustainability agencies, as part of the solutions, much like we're looking for, they're going out and looking for excess imported water supplies. In addition, in January of next year, there are approximately 90 more basins that the Department of Water Resources has identified as either medium or high priority that will be submitting GSPs in early 2022. And many of those basins as well will likely be looking for imported water resources to help balance out the overdraft that they're having. So all of these factors are pushing water prices up to higher levels as a result of the scarcity. The next three slides, and if we can go to the next one, I just wanted to give you a quick overview of where we are on current water conditions. So this was this is the water conditions as of June 6th, I believe. And if you take a look, the only surface water storage system that has higher than average water in it right now is Lake Paris. Every single other major reservoir within the state is below average, and in particular, the two largest reservoirs, Lake Shasta and Lake Oroville, are at significantly below what their normal levels are. If you go to the next slide, this was what the water supply situation looked exactly 2 years ago, where you can see both of those major reservoirs, and reservoirs for that matter across the state, were almost completely full. And it's completely changed the water landscape over the last 2 years. By way of example, we were looking 2 years ago at Napa County Water Agency as a potential water supplier. At that point, they had 10,000 acre feet that were available for purchase in 2019. In 2021, they've gone from 2 years ago selling 10,000 acre feet to now they are a net buyer and are actually looking to purchase 2,000 acre feet because they are so out of whack with their water supplies right now. So it's highly variable and something that can change drastically. Go to the next slide. As you can see, this is the current U.S. drought monitor conditions for the state of California, and shows a lot of what the two slides before showed. There's significant drought across the state, and there's actually extreme and exceptional drought over the parts of the state that cover our basin. So it's definitely a challenge and a concern. If we go to the next slide, this is where to sort of set the table on the discussions about potential water supplies. This is a graph that shows the water supply variability, and this shows how much the state water project, in terms of a percentage, has delivered from its inception. So as you can see, over the last couple of years, let's say the last decade, or 15 years, it's been since 2000. The last time we actually had a 100% delivery year was 2006. And we've gone all the way from 85% in 2019, all the way down to 5% in 2014, and again this year. The important thing to remember here and how it ties into the replenishment fee is that because there's this significant variability in the amount of water that the state water project delivers, that requires you to buy more permanent entitlement than what's on its face. So let's say, for example, we've estimated that need approximately 3,000 acre-feet of water annually to be delivered to the basin to bring the basin back into balance and compliance. You would need to buy more than 3,000 acre-feet of permanent entitlement because over the long term, the Department of Water Resources estimates that it's over the long term would deliver approximately 62% on the long-term average of deliveries. So that is why when we calculated when the Groundwater Authority calculated the replenishment fee, needed to factor in purchasing more to take out that long-term variability. So what are the potential water supplies that we can look at? If we go to the next slide, there's really three potential areas that we could look at in terms of water supplies. We could look at single-year purchases, and those can either be transferred directly or could be banked. Those will also require state approvals for transfers, and also vary in cost depending on the year's hydrology. To go back as an example, in 2019, water was selling for somewhere between $300 and $400 an acre foot. In this year, on single-year transfers, we're getting indications that water is selling upwards of $1,000 an acre foot. So it's highly variable in terms of price. Then there's an opportunity to do multi-year purchases. For example, there are a couple of agencies out there right now that are looking at deals between 5 and 10 years. And again, those would follow the same sort of pattern as your single-year supplies, where they could either be transferred or banked, and again, would vary in cost. What we'd like to focus a little bit more on, when we can go to the next slide, is want to be clear on this. When we're talking about single-year and multi-year transfers, while these are sometimes useful to provide supplemental water, the important thing to remember here is that the Groundwater Authority is providing water supplies to domestic users which cannot be curtailed. And as such, the Groundwater Sustainability Agency needs a permanent supply that can address that demand. So as a result, the Groundwater Authority has directed Capital Corps to focus more in on permanent water supplies. And if we go to the next slide, we can talk a little bit more detail about that. So in terms of permanent transfers, again, this provides the owner with an annual entitlement, and it's subject to the hydrologic conditions. So, for example, if you own permanent state water project rights, in 2019, you would have gotten 85% of your deliveries. In 2021, you're getting 5%. Okay, so it's variable, obviously, over the particular year and hydrologic conditions, but over the long term, as we mentioned, the Department of Water Resources anticipates that would be approximately 62% would be delivered over the long-term average. The other reason why we're focusing on that is that, as you know, we're still working actively on putting the infrastructure in place to deliver this water. And in the interim, if we were to purchase a particular water supply, we would be able to potentially either lease that water out or bank that water, depending on the policy choice of the board, while we're waiting for the infrastructure to be built. And it doesn't require a banking partner if we lease that out directly to an end user while we're waiting. The important thing to remember is that permanent water purchases would not be possible without the replenishment fee, and that's why the replenishment fee is in place, for us to be able to do that specifically. And in terms of the status of permanent supply options, as Mr. Markman mentioned in the opening, Mr. Lemieux, my apologies, Capital Corps has identified potential permanent water supplies, and we're in active discussions with the seller to pursue this deal. We've gotten direction from the board to pursue the term sheet, and that's something that we'll be putting together here in the next coming weeks. to begin further active pursuit of the permanent water supply that we have identified. So in terms of next steps, and if we can go to the last slide here, we're going to be finalizing the offer for permanent water supplies identified as addressed in the prior slide. We'll also be continuing to pursue other permanent water supply options as applicable, and we're hoping here in the next couple of months that there will be more potential permanent water supply options that will be coming available that we'll be able to pursue. And finally, as part of this, and certainly goes hand in hand, the infrastructure to be able to bring that water to the basin is extremely important. And as you'll see in our government affairs report, we're continuing to pursue the options that are associated with bringing imported infrastructure for the imported water supplies, and we'll continue to work hand in hand between the water supplies and the infrastructure side. The important thing to remember, and I want to keep hammering this home, is that we think that it's important to continue to pursue water options as soon as possible, because it will be a more and more scarce resource as not only the critically overdrafted groundwater basins continue to look for water supplies, but in 6 or 7 months from now, as I mentioned, there'll be 90 more medium and high priority basins that will be submitting groundwater sustainability plans, and very likely will need sources of imported water as well to help balance their sustainability plans. So we think it is of the utmost importance to continue now and look for as many water supply options as possible before more market participants come in and make an already crowded field more crowded. So with that, we appreciate the opportunity to present and would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Simonetti. So at this time, I'll open up to public comment on item number 5. Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board for any questions or discussion.
No questions.
I'm just curious, it's an excellent brief. Is this going to be put on our website? Could be. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can you hear?
This presentation is on the GA website under today's meeting agenda. It's separate. It's its own line item. It was added this morning.
Board packet. Did you send it to me?
It's in your board packet.
Oh, someone out in here? Okay. I'd still, I guess, like to see it on the website.
Sorry, can anyone hear me? I have a question.
Thank you.
Capital
Okay.
Core Group.
Any other comments from other directors? Director Ittmeyer?
No questions.
Director Vallejo?
No questions. I wasn't able to hear what just transpired with Member Retora. Maybe the mic was not being spoken into or whatever it was, but if there was something that happened, I couldn't hear it.
He asked if the packet was available on the website, and staff informed him that it was actually already on the website.
Okay. Seeing that we have no other comments or questions, thank you to Capital Corps for a great presentation. And
Scott, I believe that there is a public comment now.
okay, thank you, sir. Okay, we do have public comment that has come in, so we're going to go ahead and take that.
Hello,
Go ahead.
Can anyone hear me? I've been talking, but no one seems to be able to hear me.
Hello.
Yes, caller, go ahead.
Hello, this is Norman Alexander. I just had a quick question on the looking for the water suppliers or the different water supplies. Is it one of the 29 contractors for a state water project? Is like AVAC or one of those? Or is it the state water project in general? Are we trying to go to one of the 29 contractors or trying to kind of get it directly from state water project and get an entitlement there? That's just my question. Thank you.
Yes. So this is Jeff Simonetti. So the entitlement for the state water project is broken down into each one of the 29 state water contractors. So the state water project itself doesn't own technically any of the water rights. So it would be going to one of the state water contractors to make that purchase.
And is that,
rates based on that fire permit? When is that?
are there, I'm sorry, I'm hearing some back. Is that, so aren't the rates all about the same on those 29 contractors? Or does it vary widely?
What?
So the answer to that is that not every one of the state water contractors is willing to sell. So you certainly need to go out and find someone who is willing to sell, and it's dependent on market prices.
Okay. Alrighty. But we have some potential folks that want to sell, right? And the going rate's like 1,800 to 2,000 per square foot, per acre foot. That kind of ballpark numbers.
It's in terms of permanent supply. It's significantly higher than that.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norm. Do we have any other public comment?
I think Anthony Brown was trying to call in.
Yes.
Caller, go ahead.
I had a question. If I can you hear me now?
Yes.
You mentioned that obviously purchasing permanent water rights, one of the critical factors will be the replenishment fee as a source of money to purchase those rights.
Can you hold?
Replenishment fee essentially puts two parties who pay the fee out of business.
Caller, if you can hear me, hold your comment for a minute. We're going to try to iron out a IT issue. Okay, caller, are you still on?
Chairman Hyman, I think I heard Anthony's question, which I think is a pretty simple one.
Okay.
I think he was asking that if the businesses that are expected to pay the fee, if some of the large pumpers, if they go out of business, who would pay the fee to buy this water? I think that was his question. I'll just try it.
Okay.
It sounds like, that sounds like more of a legal question, I guess, than a question for Capital Corps, if I understand the question correctly. The fee is volumetric, meant to replace water that's pumped, so if somebody is not pumping, then there is not a need to collect a fee from them.
Okay, any other callers?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the response to my question.
Should I go again?
Go ahead.
Hello, this is Jeff Gibbons.
Jeff, if you could hold for just a second, we're going to have a response back to the previous question, so hold your thought just for a second.
The question was, as it was restated, the question was who would pay the replenishment fee necessary to purchase imported water if the party who would pay the fee who would otherwise pay the fee goes out of business. And the answer is the fee is charged volumetrically so that it's meant to replace the water that's being pumped. If someone is not pumping the water, then we don't have to replace the water.
Okay, so we're going to move to the next caller. So caller, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, I just had some public comments. I don't really have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Jeff Gibbons, and I'm in the pistachio industry. And the area that you guys are talking about, we've got some pistachio growers out in that area. One of the areas is Rod Stiefvater. I've been in the pistachio business for years, and pistachios are a desert crop, and this is like a really good use of the land. We rely on pistachios from that area for our processing plant, and so we just think that it's just a good place to grow pistachios, and Rod Stiefvater has planted pistachios in different parts of the state, and pistachios they're a desert crop, like I mentioned, and they do very well in that area. And it would be a shame to not be able to have any kind of a viable crop out in that area. So we think that pistachios are a really good use of the property out in that area, and
Sir,
we're reliant on.
I appreciate your comment, but I'm going to have to let you know that I don't think this pertains to item number 5 particularly. So if you would like to bring that up
during public comment at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, we have a public hearing on Mojave Pistachio later in the agenda.
Oh, okay.
That would be the appropriate time to make your comments, sir.
Okay, so I'll wait for that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other public comment? Caller, go ahead.
Hi, yes. I just have a comment on one of the graphs that was shown. The water, the dams, and the water retainment of the water was high 2 years ago, which I can attest to. I lived in Northern California. But I can tell you also a fact that state of California has not prepared our state for this condition. They sent millions and millions and millions of gallons of water out to the ocean. There was no storage, and we are paying for it now. So that is my comment, and I can attest to that.
Thank you, caller. Could you please give your name?
My name is Shirley. Thank you.
Shirley, do you have a last name, Shirley?
Apparently not.
Okay, so I think we lost the caller. Okay, next caller. Caller, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Doug Morgan with in Ridgecrest. Question for legal counsel. If somebody doesn't pump, how come you're not going to pay them?
Sir, that doesn't pertain to this item that we're discussing right now, so...
Yeah, it does. He just answered the question. He said if somebody doesn't pump, they don't have to pay the fee.
Right. The fee is assessed on pumping, sir.
Right. So if they don't pump intentionally, why don't you pay them?
I'm not sure I understand the premise of the question.
Well, where are you going to get the water from anyway?
That was the purpose of the presentation, sir.
Right, from people that aren't going to use it. So you're paying people not to use their water on one hand, and on the other hand, you're not.
Again, I'm not following the premise of your question.
You're not following the simple idea.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, next caller. Caller, go ahead. Caller, go ahead. further? Okay, let's move to the next caller.
This is Anthony Brown. I just want to perhaps re-ask my question.
Hang on, caller. We're moving on to another call right now, so.
Okay. Yeah, you'll put me on hold?
No, caller, go ahead.
Hi. I'm calling about number 5. I want someone to explain how the replenishment fee that the taxpayers and local business have to pay so that the ground authority can then purchase surface water and lease it out is going to benefit local business and our community.
Well, the goal here is to bring additional water in. We're currently under a deficit, as was made clear from the report. And under current conditions, we will run out of water, and there will be no business. So the goal here is to make sure that we're able to import the additional water we need beyond what's locally available so that the community can continue to grow and thrive.
And Chair Heyman, might I add something? This is Jeff Simonetti. What I meant there when I mentioned leasing on permanent supplies is that we obviously are looking now to be purchasing water, but there's still going to be a little bit of lag time in between when we would purchase that water and when the infrastructure would be in place. So the idea there is to minimize the cost. That you could do one of two potential things. You could take delivery of that water and bank it and have inventory waiting and available, or to cover the costs that are associated with holding that water supply, because there's O&M costs, as I mentioned, that are associated with that. You could potentially lease that water out in between when we purchase it and when the infrastructure would be in place. Now, that's obviously a policy choice, but it's an option, and that's what we were referring to in terms of leasing.
Well, that's not exactly what was stated. And also, in the presentation, you covered all of California's water situation. You didn't cover our local water situation. That was something that was failed to be touched upon. For instance, what is the level of the water we have available, and at the current rate, when will it be depleted? It seems like we're using the deficit that California is in to justify what you're doing to this community and to the citizens and to local businesses.
So this question, I think, goes beyond the scope of the presentation, but I'm happy to provide a response briefly. The purpose of the presentation, sir, the reason it described conditions throughout the state was that's our market for purchasing water. And so what was being explained was when there's not as much water to go around, it becomes more expensive. As far as the local condition, your question of when do we run out of water, that wasn't presented as part of this presentation, although this organization has done a lot of work in that regard. And the simple answer is that our experts and scientists tell us that in 45 years, the levels of the groundwater will be drawn down to the point where most of the wells in the basin will be unable to produce water. That's the problem.
In 45 years?
Correct. That's the problem we're trying to address.
And you might refer to the GSP.
Right. The GSP has two benchmarks, a 20-year benchmark and a 50-year benchmark.
Right.
So if we have 45 years, couldn't we come up with a better solution that isn't going to affect local business?
Well, think of it this way. 45 years is where we turn off the lights and everyone leaves. A lot of things happen in the meantime. The water levels continue to go down. Wells continue to go out of production. Communities will lose water. I don't want to alarm people, but there are communities that the water supply we're looking at very closely because the levels seem to be threatening them. That's what happens during that time period and what we're trying to avoid here.
Well, you're using a rhetoric that is doom and gloom and makes it seem as if we're going to all run out of water within the next year to justify the fees you're imposing on the community. when you, in your presentation alone, just gave the fluctuation of going from a surplus in just 2 years to a deficit.
Okay, well, I think we've strayed beyond the presentation, but a lot of the answers to the questions that you're raising are in the documents that are currently on the website associated with the GSP and have been discussed extensively at prior meetings and will probably be discussed again at future meetings.
Okay, appreciate it.
Caller, could you please state your name?
Tyler Montoya.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing no further public comment, do we have any other comments from the board? None?
No, sir.
Okay. We're going to move on to item number 6. Public hearing and possible order on Mojave Pistachios and the Nugent Family Trust for failure to properly report and pay replenishment fees. So at this time, we will open the public hearing.
Scott, could I?
I'll open the public, well, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing, but and before we get started, I'd like to give Director Ratora a moment to for a comment.
I'll make it very brief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The replenishment fee has a direct impact on the water district, and to avoid any potential conflicts of interest, the district will continue to recuse itself from the authority's public hearings regarding failure to pay the replenishment fee. As such, I must recuse myself from participating in agenda items both number 6 and number 7. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I think it's important for me to make it clear, because this issue has been raised by parties in the public, that it's not my legal opinion that the water district has a conflict of interest. I know that Mr. Ratora is free to not be involved in this if that's what he elects to do, but I just want to make it clear that I have not advised Mr. Ratora that there is a legal conflict of interest here. And with that, would you like me to start the presentation on this item, sir?
Yes.
If I could jump in, just out of curiosity, just as a matter of procedure, it's my understanding that if a board member recuses himself, that they're supposed to leave the room entirely.
That's correct under the FPPC rules. If this is a conflict, you've disclosed the nature of the conflict, but again, that's up to the individual.
Absolutely.
For what it's worth, I mean, I understand Board Member Ratora is not going to participate, but I really couldn't hear him when he was making his statement. It's a continuing issue when he speaks.
Okay.
Mr. Ratora, would you like to repeat your statement and talk into the microphone, please, so that others can hear you? You have to get right into the microphone.
I apologize for taking so much time. Okay, I do want to make this brief. The replenishment fee has a direct impact on the water district, and to avoid any potential conflicts of interest, the district will continue to recuse itself from the authority's public hearings regarding failure to pay the replenishment fee. As such, I must recuse myself from participating in agenda items 5 and 6. Did that come through?
Director Vallejo, were you able to hear that?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Thank you, Director Ratora. Okay, with that, then, we will pass it to Keith Lemieux for a overview of the public hearing.
Oh, is there a member of the public that wants to comment on that?
What?
This is Scott Slater I'm assuming that as a representative of Mojave Pistachio, we're not considered public comment.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to that part yet, Mr. Slater. Let me, Mr. Chair, how do you want to handle this? Are we doing public comment now?
We're going to have a staff representation.
Yeah. All right.
Then we're going to listen to the public, Mr. Slater and others. The same will apply to the next hearing.
Right.
And then there may be some staff response, and then the board will have to discuss whatever they decide they want to discuss.
Yeah, let me explain this. So for benefit of the public and everybody, I'm sorry, there was a little confusion in the room. This item and the next item are a little unusual on your agenda. They're public hearings for purposes of considering whether or not to enforce the district's policies, and the procedure will go a little different than you're used to. We're going to invite staff and special counsel to present the position of staff regarding this item. Because this is a hearing that requires a certain level of due process, we will be then inviting, in this case, Mojave Pistachios to present whatever they would like to present in reply. It would be appropriate at that time to allow some rebuttal, and I suppose in the past we've allowed rebuttal from both sides, so I'll leave it to the chair to decide how far that goes. At that point, we will then open it up to the public for public comment. Following public comment, we can close the hearing, and the board can deliberate on the matter. And then, if they've reached a point where someone wants to make a motion, we'll go through the normal motion practice procedure. That is the same process we'll be following again for the next item with Searle. So again, just for clarity, this first item involves Mojave Pistachio only. I note that we've got representatives from both organizations that are on this electronic video call, and I would just caution that this is the opportunity for Mojave Pistachios to speak, not Searle's, and that situation will be reversed when we get to the next item. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so with that, we will, the public hearing is open, and we will begin with a presentation from Jim Markman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have in front of you a situation involving a party, Mojave Pistachio, which has self-reported that they have pumped water over the past few months and have paid essentially an assessment related to administrative assessment and have not paid and are not intending to pay the replenishment fee. So that puts the staff in a position of putting before you some choices with respect to collecting the money, attempting to collect the money, and applying statutory methodologies to do that at the board's discretion. Some of the methods include things like attachments that don't require bonds, collection actions, lawsuits, and the one that will be discussed, that has been discussed and will be discussed again, which requires this public hearing, would be the board issuing a cease and desist order that essentially states you have to pay the fee or you can't pump water. The most important thing I want to say about this last item is it is not self-executing. We know, everyone in this room, we're all pretty candid with each other. We've known each other a long time. And I think everybody listening to this hearing knows that we've been involved in litigation, heavy litigation the last month over the issue of the implementation of this particular remedy that's provided for in the statute. And we've had temporary restraining orders sought by Mojave Pistachio. I limit myself to Mojave in this case. We've had preliminary injunction hearing where the injunction was denied. And then just a few days ago, we had a writ proceeding filed in District 4 of the California Court of Appeals, which covers San Diego and Orange County, because Orange County is where all of these cases challenging the plan and the fee reside. And so there was an attempt yesterday to have that court issue an order stopping this hearing, and that was denied. And now the Court of Appeals is interested in what this board does today in relation to the claim of Mojave Pistachio that they're essentially in imminent danger of not being able to pump water, and therefore they're going to lose their pistachio crop. And they don't have enough money in the bank or available to pay the fee or finance the fee, at least in general terms that's been stated. And so we have been asked, that is, your counsel in that case has been asked to file a report, essentially, to the Court of Appeals by Friday as to what happened here, and we can also respond to their questions about whether there really is an imminent danger to Mojave Pistachio's ability to keep their trees healthy by watering them. So we have a couple of things to say about that. First of all, if they pay the fee, or if they finance the fee, or if they talk to us about methodologies or schedules to pay the fee, or methods by which the fee could be restructured, and we were doing something productive, that would be one approach, but we haven't had even an inkling that that's on anybody's mind. So where we are going with this is we cannot send human beings, marshals, sheriffs, any representative of this agency out onto their property with any authority to turn off their wells. We're incapable of doing that. So is there something imminent that can happen to them? Should the board adopt this remedy today? The answer is no. The answer is what really would happen, and we know this, we said it in an open court, we will have, and we will report this to the Court of Appeals. If the board does this, then in order to enforce this, and assuming none of the things I've just mentioned are starting to be discussed with Mojave Pistachio, the board would be directing us to file another lawsuit, this time in Kern County, which has jurisdiction over that lawsuit, where we would be seeking that cease and desist order to be enforced by the court. That's the only process we have in front of us. So essentially, Mojave Pistachio is now asking the Court of Appeals in District 4, which certainly doesn't include Kern County, to enjoin us from proceeding with the lawsuit we're entitled to file in Kern County, thereby depriving the Kern County Court of jurisdiction to essentially decide the same matter. And that is there something that can be stated by way of defense by Mojave Pistachio that would dissuade the court from enforcing that cease and desist order? So that's where we sit with this. I want to identify for the record, because you want to submit this record, at least have it clear what is in the record. All we have received on this particular hearing is the staff report, which was dated June 9th, which everybody has. But today, approximately 9:45 this morning, we received from Ms. Steinfeld a letter addressing this whole process, dated June 9th, 2021, from Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck, consisting of 7 pages, asking the board in many ways not to go forward with this action, which of course they're entitled to do. What I don't intend to do, and we could spend hours, we've already done this for a few hours, but we could spend more hours trying to talk about every substantive issue that's been raised in the 2 lawsuits that challenge the validity of this replenishment fee and, in fact, of the implementation plan itself, talking about a cascade, is the word used, of errors and legal mistakes that were made along the line of generating the implementation plan. But that's the subject of litigation. We're not asking you, I'm sure you can hear, you may be threatened that if you proceed, you're just going to get into more litigation that can't be sustained, but I'm not going to attempt to respond. We will be here 4 or 5 hours with myself and Mr. Slater and ultimately Mr. Dunn going round and round on all those issues. The only thing I can tell you is, from the pure narrow issue in front of you, was there a replenishment fee adopted? Did Mojave Pistachio become delinquent in not paying the fees because they pumped water the last few months? Were they given proper notice and acknowledged they had notice of this hearing? Are they here at this hearing? to make their position known. The answer to all those questions is yes. So I advise the board, we have a very simple resolution proposed, not like the one we'll talk about with Searles, which is a different issue. We have a very simple issue resolution that essentially finds all those things to be true in relation to narrowly in relation to the non-payment of the fee, and we have a resolution that would constitute a cease and desist order. In other words, pay the fee and the delinquency and the interest owed on it, or you'll be able to stop your water production. I'll say it again, I can't say it enough times. That doesn't mean we have the legal authority to physically do anything from Mojave Pistachio. We can only take that package to the court in Kern County and have the court enforce it. So the staff is recommending the adoption of that resolution. And I'd be happy to answer any questions of the board. Again, I'm sure you're going to hear stuff that tries to dissuade you from adopting this resolution, and that's due process. But I don't intend to make this a substitute for the courts listening to and trying to adjudicate legal issues. So with that, it would be appropriate to open the public hearing to the public.
So at this time, do we have any public comment?
Wait, it's appropriate to have Mojave Pistachio present next before we go to the public. Yes.
Oh, yeah. But I think other members of the public also can address this if they wish to.
Thank you. And we'll do that at the end of both parties discussing. And so at this time, then we will move to Mojave Pistachio's representative, or which I believe is Scott Slater.
Good morning. This is Scott Slater on behalf of Mojave Pistachio. This is the first opportunity that I've had to address your board, and I did listen very carefully to Mr. Markman, and I want to say that I think our fierce opposition to what has transpired to this point and the position that Mojave Pistachios finds itself in has been fairly documented in the record, and to the extent possible, I'm not going to try to re-argue the substantive elements of that opposition. Again, as Mr. Markman points out, we did file a letter today which includes attachments, which I'll make brief reference to. I do want to point out that I'm not alone today. I'm here with Anthony Brown, who's a renowned hydrogeologist with Aqualogic, and his presentation will be largely technical and follow my own. And then Josh Nugent from Mojave Pistachios, and a principal and part owner, is here to discuss the real practical aspects of what's in front of you today. I want to say that that we really want you to sort of consider the pragmatism of what's in front of you, the context of this hearing, the real consequences, which without regard to the fact that you're not presently intending to enter on the land, is completely unprecedented in my experience of over 36 years of practicing law exclusively in this space, and not only in California and the United States, and I would say in faraway places, third world countries. Nowhere in my experience has anything like this happened so quickly and without regard to the immediate practical consequences. It's my view and Mojave Pistachio's view that the GA has sort of managed to put itself in a corner and is presented itself with a false choice of Navy and the supporting urban community, if you can call it that, versus farming. And that's a choice that's not compelled or required by SGMA, and that the intent of pitting the interests of some beneficial users against others is really anathema to what the intent and aim of Signal was, which was to foster collaboration with emphasis on management and not to wipe out agriculture from the Indian Wells Valley. The sort of I've characterized it this way, that the poisonous tree in this instance is a GSP that chose to delve into the detail and grade and categorize rights and conclude that ultimately that Mojave Pistachio had zero right to the sustainable supply. And to do that by substituting its judgment for that of a court, and really in the first instance in which there is a replenishment fee being charged on something other than on a uniform basis. There are only two entities now who are subject to this replenishment charge, and the consequences of it are grave. The fee to Mojave Pistachios is about $600,000 a month, and over the balance of this year, a fee of about $8 million growing in each of the next 5 years, for which the plan has been anticipated or profiled for. That's roughly $40 million. And as Dr. Smith pointed out in his declaration that we offered in court and have included in the submittal today, no farming interest in Kern County could afford that payment. It is a fee which on its face is designed to eliminate agriculture. And secondly, as I'm going to walk you through, is completely unnecessary, especially given the benefit of the earlier report today, which I can speak to. Mojave cannot mortgage its land given what the GA has said about its water rights. There is no banker, no lender anywhere who is going to lend them money on a mortgage basis to pay a fee when they have no water right. They cannot encumber income stream because they cannot pay the fee and make a profit. This is not only unique to Mojave Pistachio, it is true of any agricultural operation that we know of or has been studied in Kern County or elsewhere. We have 215,000 trees on roughly 1,400 acres that will be impacted because as the owner of the land, we have a financial decision in front of us that the GA has insisted upon, which is pay first to challenge, and that liability will exist unless you choose in your discretion to pause and enable your strategy on replenishment to be more mature, developed. And there is an element of that plan I want to speak to, which is the shallow well challenge, which should not be conflated with the ability to withdraw fresh groundwater from this basin for decades. In fact, I think Mr. Brown will tell you that it's hundreds of years of supply and not so limited as the choice that the GA has created. We think that given the magnitude of what's in front of you, the consequences on real people, the consequences on a farm, a business, that the GA should prudently, as we have asked before, wait for the California Department of Water Resources to approve and sign off on your plan. You've chosen to do as you may do under the statute. The statute gives the GA the ability to begin implementing some or all of its plan. But that you have the power to do it doesn't mean you should. And given the tragic irreparable consequences that accrue based upon the accumulation of debt and the Hobson's choice that is presented to Mojave Pistachios, we ask you not to do it. For the time being, we constructively tell you that we have been paying our extraction fee, which is pretty handsome in and of itself at $109 an acre foot. So we're paying that, and we also believe that pursuant to your own experts' evaluation, pursuant to what you know about that's already occurring in Kern County and other parts of the state, you can implement a monitoring, management, and mitigation program for shallow wells at a cost of roughly $17.50 per acre foot, according to you. We think that should be paid. We are completely willing to support that program and to offer that payment in addition to the extraction fee. The combination of those two numbers is significant. It's a significant number without loading in the notion that you're going to prepay for state project water. I think that it's our support for you taking a look at the more limited nature of what you have characterized as being the available quantity of water in storage, because the discrepancy between recharge and pumping is not overdraft. That is not sustainable yield within the statute. And that you allowed yourself to be so limited does a disservice to all the beneficiaries in the basin. We think there's more than 8 million acre feet of fresh water in this basin that can be withdrawn, and it is an artificial limit to focus on 100 feet or 200 feet in a well column in a specific area when those impacts can be directly mitigated. We think that you could and should continue to monitor impacts on the water table, and in the event that something needs to happen, take action. We support that. Insofar as the implementability of the GSP, you've laid out a strategy in the GSP which is suggested and dependent upon the importation of foreign water for which you levy the cost against people who you have determined do not have a share of the sustainable supply. I would say I have done as many water transfers as anybody in the state of California. I am was the lead negotiator on the largest and longest water transfer in the history of the United States. A $5 billion acquisition by San Diego from Imperial. And I can tell you, it is my opinion, as it is of Dr. Smith's, that the statement that you need a water replenishment fee to support that transfer is misleading. It is true that the water replenishment fee, properly applied and scheduled in amount, could be used to backstop an acquisition of supply. That to cause a prepayment is unnecessary, unwise, and harmful. Moreover, the way in which the imported water is identified suggests a lack of sophistication in how the process is being pursued. State project water is available. Nobody is buying 1 for 1. In some cases, it's a 3 for 1. And no financer anywhere, including your seller, is going to agree to finance the acquisition based upon businesses who can't afford to pay the replenishment fee unless the city, the county, and the water district backstop that obligation with their tax bases. Moreover, the lease concept, not a bad idea, but the predicate for executing the other agreement would put those lease agreements in place to enable the GA to cover the full cost of the acquisition unless and until you solve for the physical infrastructure problems, which right now are fairly characterized given how hard it is to design, permit, environmentally review, and construct transfer mechanisms, truly a pipe dream. We support the notion that augmentation is going to be required. We think that the brackish groundwater program is a good program and one that can be exploited for benefit to add water. It may be in the end that some reductions in allocations will need to be required and properly ramped down over a period of time that takes into account the human and business consequences of what your actions are. We stand ready to work with you and your consultants to develop a financing plan that was truly enforceable, thoughtful, and manageable over the horizon. We cannot support a program which is designed simply to drive us out of business. And the answer to the question that was raised by the public earlier is if we don't pay as Mojave Pistachios, there is a residual obligation. If we don't pump, we don't pay, and a plan which is built dependent upon that revenue stream is inviolable. So from our standpoint, we see ourselves, Mojave Pistachio, along with Cyril's, as presently being alone in a corner with the sole responsibility today for paying this replenishment fee. We think, really, for the sake of the community in Indian Wells Valley, a broader farming community statewide, and the lives that are going to be impacted by your decision here today, we ask you again to, one, pause the imposition of the fee itself, pause the imposition to the extent that it covers things other than the wellfield mitigation program, which we think is smart, viable, and the right thing to do. We ask you to refrain from enforcement and that you call out to the local users once again in this interim period while the litigation is ongoing, and more particularly while DWR has an opportunity to review what you're doing, so that you would have the benefit of their views and structuring that into any third-party deal that you would want to do. And perhaps enlist the services of the California Department of Water Resources and their facilitation to help figure out the way to thread the needle for the benefit of the community and to keep people in business, not drive them away. So these are the points that I wanted to make. In the end, the power to do something doesn't mean you should. And despite our vehement opposition to the way you got to where you are, we still believe that collaboration, good minds, is a better way to get to the finish in a durable solution than rocking back and forth between multiple courtrooms and multiple counties up and down the appellate system. Make no mistake, this is everything to Mojave Pistachio. And notwithstanding that, we extend an olive branch and say, we're prepared to try. So with that, I'm happy to turn this over now to Anthony Brown to run through a series of technical points, which we think are critical and bear an open mind, listening to the points made about the scope of the resource and the nature of the problem that's in front of you, and then Josh Nugent. And I am, of course, here and willing to respond to any questions that you may have. I thank you for your time and ask that you consider the gravity of what is in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Chairman Newman and fellow board members, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Anthony Brown. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm a consultant hydrologist working on behalf of Mojave Pistachios. I have to say today is a sad day for facts. With respect to the Indian Wells Valley groundwater basin, what are the facts? First, let us discuss the groundwater and storage. The basin is 382,000 acres in size and thousands of feet thick. Groundwater has been accumulating in this basin for tens of thousands of years. Thus, the basin is huge with massive untapped water reserves. We are blessed with this supply, which many other basins in California wish they had such a storage account. These huge volumes of groundwater storage can be used during the GSP implementation period to allow for more reasonable and appropriate management of the basin. Using the approach developed by prior researchers, notably the Bureau of Reclamation in 1993, there is at least 6 million acre-feet of accessible, fresh groundwater and storage in the upper 200 feet of the regional aquifer, and 40 million acre-feet of fresh groundwater in total throughout the basin, of the 67 million acre-feet of total fresh and brackish groundwater. Even within the groundwater model developed by DRI and relied upon heavily by the GA in developing the GSP, there is at least 9 million acre-feet of accessible fresh groundwater and storage in the upper 200 feet of the regional aquifer, and 46 million acre-feet of fresh groundwater in total throughout the basin. These numbers are not in dispute. The GA has simply chosen to ignore them. Worse, the GA has fabricated a groundwater storage volume in the GSP of 1.75 million acre-feet that is artificially limited in area and depth, and to give the impression of paucity, there is in fact abundance. Further, as I will discuss, and as we've already seen, the reasonable use of this groundwater storage will result in no undesirable results. Second, let us discuss annual groundwater pumping. The entire GSP, the projected hypothetical undesirable results, and the need for immediate pumping reductions is predicated on a baseline pumping in the GSP of 36,870 acre-feet per year. This volume of groundwater has never been pumped from the basin in any year. In fact, groundwater production in the basin has never exceeded 30,000 acre-feet per year. Further, in the GA's annual report for 2019-2020, groundwater pumping was only 22,000 acre-feet per year. The lower pumping reflects ongoing water conservation and irrigation efficiency measures being implemented by the Water District and agriculture throughout the basin. These pumping volumes are facts that are not in dispute. However, again, the GA has chosen to ignore them. Worse, as with the artificially low groundwater storage volume, the GA has adopted an artificially high baseline pumping volume to, once again, suggest that current pumping cannot be sustained for 20 years. Third, let us discuss sustainable pumping. Given the current rate of groundwater pumping, that is 22,000 acre-feet in 2019-2020, and the safe move hypothesized by DRI, 7,650 acre-feet per year, the basin will lose 14,350 acre-feet from storage each year. Thus, given the volume of groundwater in storage, there is enough fresh groundwater in the first 200 feet of the aquifer to last between 400 and 600 years. Further, there is enough total fresh groundwater to last over 2,700 years. The fact that current groundwater pumping can be sustained for hundreds of years has not been credibly disputed. Once again, the GA has chosen to ignore this fact. Worse, the GA used its fabricated and grossly underestimated groundwater storage and artificially inflated baseline pumping to suggest that pumping cannot be sustained for even 20 years, and it clearly can. We will not be turning out the lights in 45 years. We have plenty of water in our savings account. Fourth, let us discuss groundwater level declines. The GSP and the projected hypothetical undesirable results and the need for immediate pumping reductions is also predicated on groundwater level declines on the order of 1.5 feet per year. However, such declines have only been evident in the historical record in a limited area of the basin for limited periods of time. Across much of the basin, historical groundwater level declines have been considerably less. Further, in the GA's annual report for 2019-2020, ground level declines were, in general, less than 0.5 feet. These groundwater level declines are facts that are not in dispute. However, again, the GA has chosen to ignore them. Worse, as with the artificially low groundwater storage volume and artificially high baseline pumping, the GA has adopted artificially high groundwater level declines in the GSP once again to suggest that current pumping cannot be sustained for 20 years. Fifth, let us discuss undesirable results. As noted, loss of groundwater storage is minimal and can be sustained for many hundreds of years. Further, groundwater level declines are less than anticipated in the GSP. There is also zero evidence of significant and unreasonable substance related to pumping. There is also zero evidence of significant and unreasonable declines in groundwater quality related to pumping. The GSP inherently acknowledges these as facts, as only monitoring of subsidence and water quality is required. There is also no evidence of widespread impacts to shallow domestic wells. The GA has chosen to ignore the fact, adopt anecdotal evidence and gossip, and rely on a theoretical estimate of impacts to domestic wells that is not supported by the facts. This theoretical model estimated that 97 domestic wells have already been impacted in the last 40 years. However, it presents no evidence of any such actual impacts during that period. Given that, the model grossly overestimates the number of domestic wells that might be impacted in the future. Further, Mojave has actually agreed to support a mitigation fee to address any future impacts to domestic wells. In summary, with respect to undesirable results, there are no documented undesirable results other than a slow decline in groundwater levels and groundwater storage. Further, there is no evidence that significant and unreasonable undesirable results will occur during the GSP implementation period, even with continued pumping at current rates. 6, let us discuss imported water. The GA wants to impose a replenishment fee to pay for imported water. The GA has not secured any source of surplus water that could be imported. Why? Because surplus water is not readily available. Given current water demands across the state and limitations on surface and groundwater supply, the entire state is water short. There is no surplus water in the State Water Project, Los Angeles Aqueduct, Florida Kern Canal, Kern River, or any other major water source. Further, even if a source of water could be secured, there is currently no means to deliver that water to Indian Wells Valley. The idea of importing water to Indian Wells Valley is simply right now a pipe dream. Worse, it is a pipe dream that the GA expects only a few pumpers, including Mojave, to pay for. 7th, let us discuss alternative water supplies. About 40% of the groundwater in the basin is brackish. To date, this water has not been put to beneficial use. However, the technologies exist, and they are becoming affordable to treat brackish water to allow for beneficial use of the treated water. To that end, a group of major groundwater pumpers and business interests, including Mojave, the Water District, Sears Valley Minerals, and COSO Geothermal, created and funded the Brackish Water Study Group. This group has also received a DWR grant to evaluate brackish water as an alternative water supply for the basin. This alternative supply represents additional water sources that can be used to sustain pumping in the basin at least for the next 20 years. 8th, let us discuss improved groundwater management. Prior to the development of the GSP, the major pumpers in the basin, who represent about 70% of actual production, developed a discussion paper that outlined a reasonable, appropriate, and effective approach to the management of groundwater resources in the basin. However, the GA chose to ignore this approach, fabricate artificially low groundwater storage, artificially high baseline pumping, and artificially high groundwater level declines, adopt theoretical impacts to domestic wells, and hypothesized about undesirable results that will simply not occur. The discussion paper is still supported by those that actually pump groundwater in the basin for its beneficial use. We implore the GA to adopt a more collaborative approach to groundwater management and reconsider the approach in the GSP. To conclude, the GA has chosen to ignore the evidence and proceed with a GSP that is not based in facts and sound science. Current groundwater pumping can be sustained for many years without undesirable results. The basin can be managed effectively, and the beneficial usage of groundwater can be supported during the GSP implementation period. Given the facts, there is no need to immediately curtail pumping in the basin, and there is no need to impose a replenishment fee on Mojave today. Thank you, and I will now pass the floor to Joshua Nugent.
Thanks, Anthony. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you clear.
Great. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity, thank the board, thank all the people in the audience and all the interested parties that have tuned in. My name is Joshua Nugent, and my family owns pistachios in the Indian Wells Valley alongside my employer, Rod Stiefvater, who's the owner and manager of Mojave Pistachios, LLC. We farm cooperatively and bring a substantial tax base to Kern County and are a vital economic engine for Inyo Kern and the entire valley. I am proud that we farm quality pistachios, provide jobs, pay our taxes, and contribute to our community. As you are aware, Mojave owns and leases over 3,000 acres of property in the basin for the care of approximately 1,600 acres of pistachio trees. Pistachios are long-lived desert trees that generally reach peak production at around 15 years after planting under favorable conditions and can live and produce for 75 years or more in California. Mojave planted orchards in 12 and 13 in the basin and replanted in 14 and 15. So in other words, our 215,000 trees are reaching maturity soon and cannot be transplanted. Mojave conducted its first orchard harvest in 2020. We harvested about 200,000 pounds of pistachios, which led to a gross revenue just a little under $500,000. We have a nice crop set this year and look forward to harvesting more of the young trees for the first time in 2021. The older trees that are in their second harvest are growing very well, and we could have double the yield of what we had last year. We haven't reached peak production due to the age of the trees, and typical of any agricultural operation, we have been and will continue to be operating at net losses. In 2020, our net loss totaled approximately $2 million. We will continue to operate at net losses until 2023, when we will have our first harvest revenues cover our annual expenses, and we will have our first annual net profit. Mojave's cumulative investments in our farming operation overlying the basin exceed $36 million in furtherance of production of pistachios for commercial sale. This total includes yearly cultural costs and the cost of land purchase, orchard establishment, irrigation systems, and well establishment. But it does not include any return of or on investment, administrative costs, or interest costs. Planting pistachios is a long-term investment in the land and the community. We planted our orchards with the expectation that we'll be employing people, producing quality food, and paying our taxes long into the future. But it is important to highlight several points as it relates to this hearing. First, we have paid all of our fees to date except the replenishment fee, which we are actively challenging in court. Our pistachio trees need to have a late fall and winter dormancy period to ensure a healthy tree for the next year, so we don't irrigate during that time. Our first use of groundwater this year was in March, and we paid those fees in April. Our April fees were paid in May, and our May fees will be bailed out tomorrow by me personally. We certified our wells and have been open and transparent about our water use. In fact, we have worked cooperatively with members of this very board to allow a brackish water program to test our wells, giving full access to our land, our facilities, and our well equipment. Mojave Pistachios wants to pay fair fees as a responsible member of our community. Secondly, we have timely reported our water production when we paid the extraction fee. Therefore, the agenda generally misstates that we failed to report our usage, and therefore, the usage of well water on pistachio trees in late fall and winter, due to the physiological needs of the trees, is a time that we don't produce any irrigation water. When we did our initial irrigation in the spring, we reported the usage and paid our fees in a timely manner. Third, payment of the fee in its current form will have a devastating effect on the economic viability of our operations. In 2021 alone, Mojave Pistachios will owe approximately $8 million in fees, and in 2022, another $9 million. After the payment of these fees, Mojave would have a net loss of over $6 million every year
for the entire life of the trees using conservative estimates of pistachio sales and grower prices. Said in another way, if we have to pay the replenishment fee, there is no justification to continue farming pistachios. There is no reason for anyone with a farming operation that is not a de minimis water user to continue farming in the basin. By failing to respect our water rights under common law and refusing to allot us a portion of native water, the Groundwater Authority has secured the end of farming in the basin. Mojave's only alternative to paying the replenishment fee would be to cease irrigating its pistachio orchards, given that imported water is not actually available in the basin. There is no collateral for which I could obtain a loan or a bank or lending institution that would loan to me. I cannot stress this enough. The passage of the resolution today will cause the trees to die. Full stop. No lender will loan the funds to a farming operation that will never be able to have an average net profit because the loan will never be repaid. Even just 6 months of no irrigation in the basin, which would be the typical amount of time necessary to secure a loan of that magnitude for the estimated fees, would kill every pistachio tree on our lands. The trees are still at a tender age, and the climatic conditions of the Indian Wells Valley are extreme, especially over the next few months. Mojave is willing and likely capable of securing funds to pay the extraction fee and the shallow well mitigation fee, given that they are actually funding actual Groundwater Authority operations and management measures. However, Mojave cannot possibly pay the replenishment fee for both practical and principled reasons. Particularly important here is that the augmentation portion of the replenishment fee is not actively paying to replenish the basin based on the financial information the Groundwater Authority has released to date. In fact, all of the $314,926 collected as part of the replenishment fee so far have been paid to the consultants of the GA, with not 1 acre-foot of water being purchased. There is no supplemental water identified. There is no transportation infrastructure within miles. We are being forced to pay for a program that, 1, cannot possibly come into existence before the fees themselves drive us out of business, or 2, manage the basin sustainably as a GA claims it would be offsetting current production. We have included declarations from my dad, from my boss, Rod Stiefvater, and from Rodney Smith that provide further information about the financial state of the farms. These declarations were filed as part of the litigations pending in the Orange County Superior Court, challenging the GA's GSP on several grounds, including the taking of our vested overlying water rates and violations of SGMA. And before I conclude, I do want to take a moment to step back and ask the people listening to remember how this process all started. In the infancy of the Groundwater Authority, the Department of Water Resources provided a facilitator named Dale Schaefer. Dale helped to coordinate the meetings, set up cooperative discussion groups, ran efficient and collaborative outreach seminars, and really emphasized the best management practices provided by the DWR as a roadmap for success in the Indian Wells Valley's implementation of SGMA. Unfortunately, the GA decided to let Dale go and the DWR facilitation services go as well. This marked a stark turn away from stakeholder involvement, open meetings, and clear communication. I truly think that if Dale and the DWR had stayed involved and held the GA accountable to the letter and intent of SGMA, we would not be at the acrimonious positions we are in now. We have submitted a more detailed letter to this board to be incorporated into the record outlining the history of the GA and how we have felt sidelined throughout this process. And finally, I hope that you seriously consider the fatal hand the Groundwater Authority is dealing to us and the rest of the farming community in the basin, and to not enforce the replenishment fee until after a court of competent jurisdiction decides the important constitutional issues implicated by the GA's actions. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Josh. So this time we'll go back to Jim Markman for any comments.
I have some comments. I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to try to get into a major debate. I understand what was said. I have the following reaction. The word that got me most interested in what was stated was olive branch. And I can only tell the board what my, and all these this new hydrologic look, and millions of available acre feet. So I can relate to the time I came up. I was actually hired by the GA to try to attempt to resolve the negotiations that were going on, particularly with Mojave pistachios and sorrels. And without getting into the details of what we discussed, we went out to Westlake Village for months on a weekly basis and talked about various ways to do ramp downs and have mine the basin to whatever extent seemed rational and reasonable at the time. And I was pretty confident that working with the same firms that we're talking about now, that we could work something out. Well, it didn't happen, and it didn't happen because we came to a point where the GA had decided how much water would be prudent to mine from the basin going forward, as suggested by Stetson engineers, and the ask on the other side of the table was gigantic compared to the policy of the board on how much mining would be prudent. And I say this because all that time we sat at the table, we didn't have a visit from anyone like Mr. Brown or anybody else who claimed there was 6 million or 8 million acre feet accessible in storage in the first 200 feet of the aquifer from surface elevation, and we could go for hundreds and hundreds of years. We sat there for months trying to negotiate over a set of figures that not only resembles, but were the figures that were being generated by the models at the time. That's Stetson Engineers figures. And on top of that, of course, we all realized that this was a first-tier Sigma process. That is, this basin was supposed to be severely in stress to the point where most people accepted a description of pumping to safe yield as 4 times pumping compared to safe yield. And so we never heard this. Here we have it's a good day for facts, according to Mr. Brown. But it wasn't a good day for facts for months, even years of discussions, where somebody indicated that there could be intelligent mining of the basin to the tune of decades and slow ramp downs for 20, 30 years. We were negotiating with the very firm that just spoke on the assumption there was much less water than that available. I also want to point out we heard statements about brackish water. I've heard about this brackish water program for years too, but I guess it was funded by some grant, but we've never seen the product of that really says, yes, it's available here, and this is how we can extract it and treat it and distribute it. So it's the same thing, 2 sentences about brackish water, and then it disappears into the ethos. So if all of this were true, or some of it were true, or it was believable by the board based upon what you're getting from your engineering consultants. If two really good engineering consultants usually are millions and millions of acre feet apart in accessible water in storage. So that part of it is problematic for me, because I'm not saying that Mojave Pistachio isn't entitled to listen to and agree with its expert, but so is the GA. And if you go litigate these things, you just have to have an expert that has that has substantially stated his position, whether he agrees with the other expert's position, and if it's substantially supported, then you're entitled to rely on that. And so that's where we sit with this board. But I'll get back to something I thought was at least slightly optimistic from Scott. If there's an olive branch out there, let me remind everybody, the GA hasn't sued anybody. The GA adopted this fee 6 months before it went to an effect, or somebody might have to pay it. The GA did this fee, and we have talked to Mojave Pistachio about working this out. We've talked to Searles about working it out for months before the fee went into effect. We didn't get anywhere. I don't know why, and I'm not entitled to know what happens on the other side of the table. But I will say we didn't sue anybody. First, there was 2 lawsuits filed by Mojave Pistachio. One to try to manage the basin amongst 3 or 4 parties who are major producers, leaving the Navy out of the mix. And then there were these 2 lawsuits challenging the implementation plan, almost at the end of the period afforded them to do so. And then I thought we were trying to work things out. We put off hearing dates, pleading dates. We all agreed to move the case out of Kern County to Orange County So there was a lot of cooperation going on. There were months going by, and then the war broke out. Then because pumping was on the horizon for Mojave Pistachio, particularly, suddenly we didn't just get sued. That suit had been sitting there for months. Now we caught a request for a temporary restraining order that's supported by something like 1,200 to 1,600 sheets of paper to be heard on 48 hours' notice. That was denied. It was followed by an equally large, if I can put it that way, motion for summary judgment, motion for preliminary injunction, which was denied. And now we have a Court of Appeals in District 4 trying to stop us from proceeding in Kern County, which is not in appellate District 4. So we didn't stir all this up. We're defending it because we have to, and we think we should. So GA has never instructed us not to pursue the original charter I had, which was to settle and fix this amongst the contesting parties. And I'm also not surprised that the two parties with large pumping out rights that they're claiming and a lot of money involved are challenging what's been done by the GA, not the other farmers who kind of understand things. We've discussed things with them. So it's not surprising to have the people with the most money at stake creating the challenge. I'm not even saying that cynically. It's just the way it is. So if Mr. Slaters really wants to volunteer to talk through this and suggest other ways to approach this amongst us, we're always ready to do that. And if there's to be a stand down, because that makes things more conducive to fixing things, the stand down can't just be on our side. We've got to do something about this litigation. We've got dates coming up where we have to file responsive pleadings, which will be demurs, and so the battle will go on. And I'm not sure how happy the principals would be on both sides, all sides of this case. Plus, we have the threat of a general adjudication being filed by way of cross complaint by the water district. So we have all these hostilities out there, and if there's a way to, it wouldn't bother us if there was a way to do a stand down for some stated period of time where if people have ideas on how to solve this, that would be fine to pursue that. And there have been some discussed that I thought were viable in the past, but I haven't heard about that for months. So if we're going to be sued, we're going to litigate, we're going to be just as ferocious as the people suing the GA, and we'll be just as ferocious about collecting the money that we billed and haven't been paid. If there's another way to approach this, even if it's a short timeout by way of stand down, let's talk, we will definitely take that to the board to see if they have an interest. So I don't have much more to say about that. Again, this particular hearing is about a very specific resolution to direct us to use a remedy under state law to address the fact that the replenishment fee has not been paid by Mojave Pistachio. And yes, the board has all the discretion in the world to tell us what to do with that. That's the recommendation in front of the board and the resolutions in front of the board. I don't know if Steve Johnson has things to say in response to Mr. Brown, and if he does, I would think this would be an appropriate time for him to do so.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I did have a question for Mr. Johnson, if that's okay for now.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think it's, for the benefit of folks, because we had some questions earlier in the meeting that to me indicated that folks are just now tuning in and haven't been tuning in for the past handful of years while we've gone through the GSP development and analyzed the basin and the availability of potable water in the basin. So I guess I just asked Mr. Johnson for a quick overview of the process we went through to make the determinations about what water was available in storage that we could safely mine, and specifically how we got to the conclusions that we reached in Section 3 of the GSP. Including the public participation of the Technical Advisory Committee and the Policy Advisory Committee.
Sure, Director Navarro. Actually, the process that we went through was primarily through the Technical Advisory Committee and the Modeling Ad Hoc Committee, which we had representatives on those committees, and frankly, it was both a very deliberate and extensive and at times exhausting. And I got to tell you also to the board, because the invoices for the cost of doing all this, went to the board. It was a very expensive process to go through. It went on for months and months, to well over a year, the process that was followed. The model that was developed collaboratively with everybody involved, all of the technical people involved, and the primary tool that was used to develop the GSP and the implementation plan was developed through the Technical Advisory Committee and the ad hoc modeling group. So it was a very, very extensive process, and everybody was involved. A lot of the things that have been raised here have been discussed before, and to try and rehash those today, we could be here for hours or days. I can tell you that right now. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. They probably some were, but and addressed. They probably should have, and some were actually raised during adoption of the ordinance. This really isn't the appropriate place to go through the technical review of how the replenishment fee came about. But the bottom line of where I am is from the technical standpoint, as your water resource manager, I'm certainly not going to put myself in a position where we are not appropriately and properly representing the people of the Indian Wells groundwater basin to help assure them of a long-term and reliable, sustainable water supply going forward. And some of the things that are discussed simply don't do that. And that's where we are, and that's why we put the plan together, because there is an extreme shortage of water supply up there in the usable amount of water that we have in that basin, in this basin. We have presented, I'd like to just point out that as part of the Technical Advisory Committee, we presented an option of what it would look like to try and get to, we call it a sustainable yield. It's different than a safe yield to the layman. They're not that far apart. It's about long-term supply and sustainability. We tried to present a case of what this basin and this community would look like if we just tried to reduce pumping to that level, and it's just not a pretty picture. The amount of pumping that would be allowed under that program wouldn't sustain a community even close to what we have today. And based upon those conclusions with the Technical Advisory Committee and everybody involved, the determination was made that we cannot actually cut pumping back to get to a level that doesn't impact our long-term viability and sustainability of the basin without these negative or these detrimental impacts. So that's how it developed an imported water supply. Was really the only real direction to go in conjunction with further development of recycled water. So that's the best I have is we're doing the best we have. I have nothing. I love ag. I think soils is great. We have nothing certainly against any of these other pumpers. We are trying to do our best to represent the community of the Indian Wells Valley and help them secure a long-term viable water supply for the future, knowing going in that it's in critical overdrive. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Steve. So at this time, I'd like to ask the court reporter if she would like to or needs to take a break. So I believe we were going to take a break at 1. It's 12:46 now. Do you want to take a break now, or do you want to go 10? Okay, that's okay. Okay, very good. Jim Markman, do you have any further comments?
No, I don't think so. Again, you have that resolution before you. I think you've heard about everything that can be said about that resolution and its implications. So the recommended action would be to adopt it.
Thank you, sir. Scott Slater, back to you for any comments.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to address one important point from a factual setting. That is, Mr. Markman suggested that the quantitative analysis of how much water in the basin was somehow a new idea. That is false. The range of numbers that we're discussing were in fact part of the GA's own model. The Bureau of Reclamation has had these numbers out since 1992, and this has been part of the background dialogue for a long time, and that may have been what Steve was referring to. Our point is that the analysis of what was available was unnecessarily constrained to a small slice, horizontal and vertical slice of the basin, and not the whole basin. And that if the wells were properly managed and spaced, the pumping depressions were addressed through a monitoring and mitigation program, that it could be decades. Mr. Brown had made direct presentations as early as 1998 to the GA in the technical committee process, referencing the fact that you must consider the discrepancy between recharge and output in the context of the total quantity of water available. We do appreciate the notion that there may be a willingness on the part of the GA to have a discussion, and I think this is, there's always an opportunity insofar as the way in which a replenishment fee is being collected, not to front end, which nobody does, front end purchase as opposed to finance. The purpose of the replenishment fee is to provide backstop for financing of a pay-go obligation. And there is much more likely to be progress in discussing something which has a 20, 30, or 40-year pay down and ameliorate the impacts. That's a financing question which would enable the fee to be dramatically reduced and scheduled over time. And we would be willing to have that discussion on a forward basis, and anything that we talk about would be symmetrical. Of course, in stand downs, what we can't have is an accumulation of a significant liability of $40 million being accruing against us while we try to work something out. So I thank you for listening and for your attention today.
Thank you, sir. Back to Jim Markman. Any further discussion?
No, I don't want to go back and forth too much with Mr. Slater on this. My experience was not to dive into the technical advisory committee and all of the scientific background with different numbers and presumptions and assumptions. I can only say that I was sitting with lawyers representing the Mojave Pistachios for a very long time, for months, and I never had heard any of them quarrel about the amount of about the implementation plan and the presumptions that Mr. Johnson was proceeding with. Well, we tried to settle. In fact, Mr. Johnson was in most of those meetings. So I must have missed something, but or maybe I missed something because it wasn't really put out there as an alternative. But no, I don't have any more to add to this. I think the board can see what the options are and what the positions of the parties are without getting into adjudicating legal issues. So I would leave it in the discretion of the board.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, to maintain some order to the meeting, I'd like to ask the board, we had planned to take a break at 1. Our next step is to open up to public comment. I'm not for sure and have no idea how long public comment will go on. And so do we want to start it as 12:52 right now. Do we want to go ahead and take a break right now and then open up to public comment when we resume?
How long of a break are we expecting?
Half hour?
I'm okay either way.
I don't mind either way, if there's any preference.
Well,
Anyone else?
I have no preference either, other than, if we could start taking calls for 10 minutes, and then.
Yeah, let's
we
do
want
that,
to do
see
that.
what we can get through.
Okay, let's go ahead and, so at this time, we're going to open up to public comment, and so everyone is clear, we're going to run until 1 o'clock, and then at that time, we will cease public comment for our break, and then when we return, we will resume with the public comment when we start back, so.
And Mr. Chair, can we just emphasize to the public which hearing we're having right now?
Yes.
Because we do have 2 hearings.
Yes, this is public comment for item number 6 regarding the public hearing and possible order on Mojave Pistachios and Nugent Family Trust for failure to properly report and pay replenishment fees. So keep comments to this item only, and so at this time we will we'll take public comment. Go ahead, caller. Please state your name, caller, and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Gibbons. I'm with Sutton Pistachio.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I've been in the pistachio industry for 40 years. I've known Rod Stiefvater and Paul Nugent for a good portion of that time, and they're both very good pistachio growers. They have pistachios in different areas. They've moved into Mojave to plant pistachios, and pistachios are a desert plant, like I mentioned before, and it's just a real good application. And they are, they do their research, and it's really unfortunate that they would have planted pistachios, gone through all of determined the water availability, did everything that they did, expecting to be able to produce a nice crop in the Indian Wells area, and we buy their pistachios as a processor. We're reliant on pistachios from that area. We've seen good quality coming from that area, and we're hoping that they can be successful growing pistachios in that area. Pistachios are a long-term investment. This isn't anything that they've done lightly, and for them to make that investment and just have the rug pulled out from underneath them seems to be a real disservice. I think that this there's nobody that can sustain the type of replenishment fee that you're talking about. The water, in the past they were pumping water just with electrical costs, and then any kind of a replenishment fee just seems to be way out of the scope of anything that would be possible to sustain. And I would think you would support a good industry in the Ridgecrest area, and I think that this is a really good use of the land. And hearing some of the comments today about how much water is available, it just seems like this is very premature to kill a growing business right before it gets started. These trees are just right at their infancy, and and we would hope that you could let this work out. I know that Rod and Paul would both be involved with the industry and the community to try to make sure that there's plenty of water, and they could be seen as advocates for the area. They're advocates in the pistachio industry. They've been very involved in the pistachio industry over the last 30 years, and they're just, good people that make good decisions. I would hope that you could support them.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next caller. Caller, state your name and go ahead.
Yes, this is Renee West of Lusk. I
was listening to the discussion, and I really don't understand all that Mojave Pistachio is offering to do. I hear that they're willing to pay the mitigation fee. They want no enforcement. They want to redo the basin replenishment fee, and I couldn't understand some of the wording because the reception wasn't good coming through the TV, but they said they want to redo the basin replenishment fee and extend it over a longer period of time. They also want brackish water used, and they're not addressing how do they expect us to pay for imported water? And I don't know where they're getting this 8 million acre feet when all the studies are not showing we have that kind of storage capacity. I see a huge potential problem with the brackish water. It's not new water. It's still considered part of the 7650 sustainable yield figure that we go by in this valley, and the potential danger of mining brackish water could contaminate the remaining potable water that's left in the basin. If they started pumping large amounts of the brackish water, it could lead to water movement in the basin and contaminating all the water. I need clarification. I don't know what Mojave Pistachio is really offering, if they're offering anything at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Next caller. Caller, state your name and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Regina Troglin. I'm actually a resident out of Trona. I just wanted to make a really quick public comment with Mojave. I do agree with them on several of their points, and I understand where they're coming from. I think you guys have moved way too fast over the last year. You need to keep in mind that Mick Gleason is gone. He no longer controls this board or this area. He retired. So these things come up to you guys. With regards to doing these public hearings, I'm a private citizen, and hearings such as the one with Mojave that we're currently doing, as well as the one following this, it would be more appropriate to have these as a separate meeting altogether. These are long-running issues, lots of debates, lots of discussion during them, and by doing them within these normal board meetings, while it's convenient for you guys, it's definitely not convenient as a public citizen. So I would ask that in the future the board takes into account public citizens who are trying to participate with these meetings and be a little more objective with making sure that these meetings are being held in a manner in which public can actually keep track of what's going on. Because holding Mojave and Cyril's back to back, it's confusing for the general public. And then you have all of your other agenda items, which also get conflated into these issues. So just in the future, maybe keep that in mind and do these completely separate. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Regina. Next caller. Caller, state your name. Go ahead.
Hi, yes, my name is Claudia Ethan, and I represent my farm, Simmons Farm, in Inyokern. And I'm calling today to support Mojave Pistachio. I'm a small farmer. I was a small farmer. I'm still living here. But I realize, we look at Mojave Pistachio and think that they're large, but farming is farming. They're the same as we are. The only difference is that they've put in a bigger investment. And I just want to comment on the fact they've been true community members from day one. I mean, they've done so many things. I know they've contributed to the FFA people, the junior farmers at the fair, like we did. They have numerous employees. They promote the local businesses in the area. I think we forget some of the things, the personal things that take place with businesses and farmers in the community. My personal situation is such that I had to close my farm down because my husband did pass away a little over a year ago, unfortunately. But more than that, what really closed us was the fee, the water fee that we had to pay, even at $30 an acre foot, and then let alone $105 an acre foot. It literally closed us down. I could have, even if my husband passed, if I didn't have to pay the water fee, I probably could have kept going with my employees, but it was impossible. And it's disturbing because, when we came here, just like everyone else, all the other farmers, we followed the rules, the county rules. We got the permits to farm. We got the permits to put the wells in. And, now we've been allotted, now we've been forced basically to sign to the transient pool, which gives us only 4 to 5 years of water to continue what we're doing. That's hard to sell. For me now, I'm going to try to sell my property. It's hard to sell that without the water for the future. This was going to be my husband's and my retirement. So it's just kind of disturbing when we farmers in the past have followed the rules. We've filled out the forms, we've gone to your meetings, we've pleaded our case. I remember saying that $30 an acre foot would close us down, and it did. We've paid the fees, we've done all of that, and look where we are today. And my most concerning thing, too, is if you drive around the area and look at, it seems like, marijuana production is going big, and they're cropping up as fast as each week. You see more buildings coming up. My question to you is, how much water are they consuming for free? So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time we're going to recess to a break. So it's 1:04. We'll resume. It is 1:35, and we are going to resume our meeting. So we're going to continue where we left off with the public comment. So at this time, we'll take public comment, and again, this is on item 5, or item number 6. Public hearing and possible order on Mojave Pistachios and the Nugent Family Trust for failure to properly report and pay replenishment fees. So caller, go ahead, state your name.
This is Joshua Nugent from Mojave Pistachios. Can you hear me?
Yes, Josh, go ahead.
Okay, well, I just am a little disappointed. As an employee and as a partner of Mojave, I'd like to express my disappointment that after the hearing broke for lunch, that Mr. Markman and Mr. Lemieux stayed on the line to discuss the case, and we heard their conversation. Mr. Markman expressed being annoyed that he had to continue listening to Mojave's arguments and Mojave's consultants. In response, Mr. Lemieux said that, quote, they were going to get these guys, with these guys being me and my family. This type of discussion is par for the course and demonstrates that it is not a fair process and that the outcome is predetermined. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Next caller.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jim Martin. Can I respond to that?
Yes, you can, Jim.
It just shows you how you can reach a conclusion that's not the case. So I made the mistake of not muting, and I called a lawyer in my office working on a completely different matter, and he was discussing where he was in preparing some papers. So that wasn't me talking to Mr. Lemieux about Mr. Nugent or Mojave Pistachio, although I will apologize for the confusion because it was my problem that I left on, that I didn't mute out, but that was not me talking to Lemieux.
Thank you, Jim, for clarifying that.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Josh.
Okay, next caller, state your name and go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, caller, go ahead.
You guys hear me?
Yes, state your name and go ahead.
Hi, this is Chuck Griffin. I want to make it clear that I'm representing myself and myself only right now. But I guess what I'm asking you guys, what I'm hearing is very troubling to me as a citizen of this valley. I've been here my entire life, and the actions that this board is considering taking today will affect every one of us. This fee affects every one of us in this valley, and the actions that you take today will affect everybody. There is 2 large employers that you're talking about eliminating by choosing to move forward with this, thus creating many jobs that will be lost, thus creating a housing market that will crash. What you guys are looking at doing will affect our community for a long time. And so I'm asking you to consider this. There's options to where everybody can work together to come up with a solution to this problem. So it's very, very, very concerning to me. Both of the issues that you're discussing hit very close to home. I have family, I have grandkids, I have daughters that work for the Trona plant. These people that we're talking about eliminating from the valley have been huge supporters of our kids growing up, of every program. Cyril's Valley donated the baseball fields that our kids played baseball on. Since I was 7 years old, I played on a Kerr-McGee field that was donated by them. So what you guys are doing has a huge impact. I'm asking you to please look at this. You heard Mr. Markman say, and you heard Mr. Slater say that, let's talk about it. Let's figure this stuff out. And I believe that's the option we need to take. And the last thing I would like to say is I wish you guys would have had a public hearing where the public could attend. I see there is some members of the public there, but a public hearing should be a public hearing where we can come in and see face-to-face what's going on and address you guys. The Kern County has open meetings. The city has open meetings. The Water District has open meetings. There's no reason that the GSA should not be having open meetings for the public to attend. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chuck. Next caller. Caller, state your name and go ahead.
Yes, my name is Doreen Conaway Baker, and I'm from Sierra Shadows Ranch. I just wanted to state that we are in support of Mojave Pistachio in this community, and I wanted to say that I am the second generation of 4 generations on our farm, 3 generations working, and that we have been here for over 40 years. A lot of our family has worked on the base. Some of them have retired from the base. We're a family-based partnership. We grow pistachios. We have 200 acres, and that we are currently reducing our water usage on some of our non-producing trees just so that we can stay alive with our business due to the transient pool and how much water was allocated, and just the fact that, a lot of us smaller farmers, didn't really have a choice. We either, if we didn't want to file bankruptcy or we wanted to try to get some kind of worth out of our land, we had to join the transient pool and sign away all of our legal rights just so that we could turn around and, like I said, try to keep things going for a few years, hoping that maybe when the suit that Mojave has will come to some good, and that maybe that will help all of us. When Mojave moved in, they not only brought a workforce, they helped all of the small farmers, but they also helped the community. That people don't seem to, I don't know that our community understands pistachio trees are a personal property, and they get taxed on every tree. So even the small farmers that just have, 10, 15 acres, well, they're taxed on every one of those trees on those acreage. So all of this tax, whether it's me at 200 or Mojave Pistachio at 1,600 acres, every tree that's on their property, they get taxed, whether it bears a nut or not. And that helps our tax base in our town. That's what helps pay for our fire departments, our sheriffs, the county jails. So, you know, they are a viable part of our community, and I think people should understand that. When you guys put us out of business, and if they have to shut down, that is really going to help. That's going to hurt our tax base in this community quite a bit. And you know how you make up for it. I don't know. Maybe the pot rollers, maybe you can start getting some of them to pay for taxes on some of the pot rollers that are popping up everywhere. But you know, we haven't seen, as far as I've lived here for over 40 years, and I don't know that I've really seen or heard of anybody's well going dry. I have heard of casings going bad after a 50-year-old well that had some kind of, you know, metal piping, steel casing that collapsed. You know, that happens. But with anything, you have to have maintenance on the well, and something that, you know, wells don't last forever. People have to have regular maintenance programs, clean their wells, and replace wells after a certain age, just like a roof on a house. So, you know, there's a lot of things that can cause people to have issues with wells, and it's just not because pistachio pumpers are pumping. But I also wanted to say that there, with all of this that is going on, you know, you are decreasing the value of all of our properties. You know, we put in all this money to produce something and to have value to retire on, and now, you know, you've put us over a barrel, and when the trees are gone, you know, it's the old saying that, you know, land rich and money poor. You've turned all of this land back into, you know, that has no value. So, other than that, I think that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller. Caller, state your name and go ahead.
Yes, I'm Don Decker. I'd like to address some issues that Mr. Anthony Brown brought up that are either misleading or actually incorrect. I've been involved with the groundwater projects that have existed and taken place over the last 50 years in this basin, including the Bureau Reclamation report and the Bureau Reclamation project in the early 90s. I'm going to talk about one specific area, that is that the groundwater lowering is only affecting a narrow slice of wells. I think he used that term, which is kind of a strange way to say the aspect that we're talking about coming from a hydrologist. The wells that are being affected are widespread in the basin. It's not just a few. And as a matter of fact, the early areas that were heavily pumped, the Bowman area, for example, where Walmart is right now, the well field there was abandoned in the 50s. And the Ridgecrest field, which is essentially where the water district is now, the pumping was carried on extensively there until water levels declined seriously and water quality declined, and there's just a few wells left pumping. The same thing is happening in the intermediate area, which is out Ridgecrest Boulevard, Indian Road and Jackson Ranch Road, roughly that area. The pumping has been greatly curtailed there, and as a result of declining water levels and water quality, the problem that triggered this whole project, this sustainable affordability effort is widespread. It includes northbound road area and the southwest, not just the southeast and south. That's pretty much what I wanted to say. I realize we could talk about the technical aspects indefinitely, and this hearing is not appropriate to carry on that discussion. That's what I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Next caller. Caller, state your name and go ahead.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Elaine Mead, and I've been a resident of the Indian Wells Valley for almost 50 years. My husband and I have been in the agricultural business here since we arrived. Our farms obtained all the required Kern County permits and had the blessing of the planning department. My husband and I met and worked with Rod Stiefvater from Hobby Pistachio to acquire land and start laying out his orchards in late 2010. Each time a new orchard was added, we talked with Kern County Planning, explaining what was being done. When we were told by the planning directors that Kern County liked to have agricultural endeavors in the rural parts of the county because farms needed far less infrastructure than businesses or residential growth. Each phase of Mojave's development had all the required permits and inspections. We visited a lot with Rod and Paul about what community involvement our companies had had, and after hearing how we had supported all types of community events and activities, and having the desire to be an active supporter of the community, Rod asked if I would follow the same type of program for Mojave Pistachios. I felt honored and privileged to continue the tradition that had become such an integral part of our business and our life. Mojave Pistachio has supported the community in many ways, including but not limited to activities such as junior livestock shows and auctions, Parade of 1,000 Flags, Indian Wells Valley Youth Baseball, helping to get the bullpens built, the City of Ridgecrest opening of the splash pad and trunk or treat events, the Ridgecrest Autism Awareness fundraisers, the Lions Club's 4th of July fireworks shows, earthquake relief through Kern Community Foundation. Mojave Pistachio has contributed both monetarily and by providing technical experts to the brackish water program, which was started by the Indian Wells Valley Water District, the Navy, Coastal Geothermal, and Searles Valley Minerals. This program could be one of several solutions to the water issues in the valley. The decisions made by you, the board of the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority, could have long-term unintended consequences to our community, our way of life, and most importantly, our environment. Do we really want to become another Fremont Valley with the horrific environmental issues they faced for decades? I feel it would be a great loss to our community to lose the special people that make up Mojave Pistachios. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Next caller. Caller, state your name and go ahead.
Yes, my name is Mike Neal. Before I get into the main meat of what I have to say, I'd like to address something. There's been numerous people who happen to notice a little camera flash that revealed Peggy Breeden being in attendance in this meeting. I'm going to demand that she's still sitting in that chamber. She'd be asked to leave. None of us, the rest of us in the public, are being allowed to attend this meeting. We should have been there today. You should be having to face the employees and other staff at Mojave Pistachio face-to-face instead of at a standoff distance over the telephone. But no, you won't let them in, but you will let Peggy Breeden in there. So ask her to leave the room. It's totally hypocritical for that to be going on, and it's all seen and been documented, and it's actually been going on for a number of months. Now, what I have to say about the Mojave Pistachios situation is this is really nothing more than the baiting by the county to allow this company to come in and farm thousands of acres, and then turn and the vendetta of Mick Gleason began to get applied, and spending $9 million coming to the foregone conclusion that we had 7,650 acre-feet of recharge in this valley, which was a number that's been in existence since, almost time immemorial. Didn't need to spend all that money to come to that conclusion, but, that gives us some air of legitimacy. And what's not legitimate whatsoever about the bogus, phony hearing going on today, going to tell Mojave Pistachios to quit pumping water and kill all their trees almost immediately, is this board just simply wrote itself into existence. It represents nobody. It actually represents nobody because not a single one of you were elected to be on this board. Yet you sit up there and you wield your little staff of power and make these kind of decisions. Well, I dare any single one of you to say, I'm going to have a meeting, and you can come and you can talk to me face to face, Mojave Pistachio owners, staff, and employees, and let's hear what you have to say about this. Let's have the guts to do that instead of sitting in an empty chamber listening to a few people call in by telephone. Otherwise, once again, you prove yourselves just to be power-hungry hypocrites, and you are rapidly earning the entire ire of most of the people in this valley. And as time goes on, it's just going to get worse and worse because you are doing things that everybody can plainly see are wrong. They're just wrong, period. So go ahead with your hearing and let us comment, which most of us know you're not listening to whatsoever. But just go ahead and continue on and let us see the show.
Next caller. Caller, go ahead and state your name. Caller, go ahead.
Yes, this is Judy Becker. I'm calling to tell you several things. One is that BWR based their decision to make this basin, to declare this basin to be in critical overdraft high priority based on wells that are referred to as the CASGEM wells. These monitoring wells were put in several years before signal was formed and were measured on a regular basis. The other thing I have to tell you is you have to make a decision based on the information that has already been gone over. Hopefully you as new board members have read it. You have enough technical information to make the decision you need to make. And the future of all of the citizens of this valley are at stake. And as a final comment, I would like to say the first time I heard Rodney Stepfather speak, which was before the GA board was formed, he talked about lawyering up. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Next caller. Caller, state your name and go ahead.
Yes, my name is Shirley Kirkpatrick. Thank you for taking my call. I want to agree with the previous lady by the name of Shirley, also agree with what she said that millions of water is going out into the ocean. And I could agree with the other gentleman, what he said about how we are basically with this water replenishment fee, you're going to eliminate agriculture. And I wanted to quote what Christy Diner said on the California Water for Food and People movement. Man-made water shortages creates the perfect wealth reduction and wealth redistribution storm. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering. But anyway, my point I'm trying to make is that we're not seeing the whole picture. If millions of gallons of water are going out in the ocean, why are we punishing pistachio farming in Searles Valley when we know we do need the tax-paying money here in the valley? Basically, what you're doing is you're going along with the whole Green New Deal and destroying California. Why don't we rethink the whole aqueduct in L.A. and renegotiate that, because I don't know what their water sustainability plan is. And also, if they are allowing millions of gallons of water going out to the ocean, why can't it be diverted to us? It's environmental issues, and going to the United Nations and we're instituting United Nations goals, which is effectively destroying California. So we're just following the goals of the globalists. So why are we doing that? So anyway, thank you for taking my call. That's it.
Thank you. Next caller. Okay, seeing no further public comment, we will bring it back to the board for discussion.
So we'll close the public hearing portion?
Yes, at this time we'll close the public hearing and now bring it back to the board for discussion and a motion. So.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Chairman Heyman?
Aye.
Director Peters?
Aye.
Director Itmeyer?
Abstain.
Director Vallejo?
Aye.
Motion.
Motion carried with 3 votes.
Okay, we'll now move on to item number 7. Continuance of the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I do not have a substantive comment. I just want to make sure that the recording for this is, I think I heard there was a court reporter. To the extent that there's a court reporting, we would appreciate access to that. And if there's a recording of the entire hearing, we'd hope that would be preserved.
Scott, we'll get you a copy. We had the court reporter in there basically for Searles, but she got your hearing too.
Yeah, thank you very much. And if there is a recording, we also appreciate that be preserved.
Mr. Slater, the recording's on YouTube.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this time we'll go ahead and move to item number 7. Continuance of public hearing for Searles Valley Minerals for failure to properly report and pay replenishment fees. Does not include domestic water service provided through Searles Domestic Water. I'll bring that to Keith for an overview.
Sure, and very quickly, once again, this is another quasi-adjudicatory proceeding, so we're going to have the same unusual process as we had for the last matter. We will have a staff presentation being presented by Mr. Markman, followed by an invitation for Searles to make a presentation, and then we'll follow the same pattern. Once that's, and if the board has any questions of the presenters, that's the time to do it. Then we will open it up to the public. Then when that's done, we'll close the public hearing, and then we'll have a board deliberation and vote.
Very good. So at this time, I will bring it to Jim Markman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we started the last hearing, I'd like to note for the record, try to get the record straight here, because this record was requested by the court, Judge Nakamura in Orange County, to be presented to him so he can see what happened. That's why we have the court reporter there. So in addition to the staff report, I have some documents I'd like to refer to that will be in that record for sake of keeping track of it. The first is a letter dated today, June 9th, 2021, from Searles Valley Minerals, directed to the Board of Directors, and it's consisting of, make sure I get the number of pages. not sure I got a paginated copy. Anyway, that was presented today, just prior to 10 a.m. Make sure that gets into the record. It was signed by Mr. Blanchard. I have a letter that was dated June 7th, directed to the board from CMTA, California Manufacturers and Technical Association. And that should be kept with the record too. It's a 2-page letter signed by Lance Hastings, President and CEO. And we also received an email that was directed to the board through the staff, which was presented June 8th at about 4 p.m. by Jade Brush, Jade Brush, Brush. That's a 3-page email. Also should be considered part of the record. So with that, this is a continued hearing, so I won't repeat, and I don't think we have any controversy over the fact that Searles has pumped water and reported its pumping and did not pay the replenishment fee. And that has not changed to our knowledge. I haven't heard of any further payment. So we continue this hearing because it was our recommendation of the board and remains our recommendation that if you adopt a resolution that says cease and desist pumping water, that clearly and absolutely cannot be processed or put in front of the court or turned into an active order unless it is clear that the Perna residents who are mixed into the same water system it's clear they're going to receive all the water they're entitled to, that they need both quality and quantity. So we made that clear. And in addition to that, at a court proceeding, the court said the court was interested in what we do here today, what the board does, especially in reference to the impact there may be on Perna residents. And so that's why we have the court reporter here. And with that, I think the best thing I can do is describe this this order that we're asking, the resolution we're presenting to the board. It's been redrafted. And so I want to we can't make this too clear too many times. So the resolution is a resolution of the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Sustainability Authority approving and adopting an order directing Searles Valley Minerals to pay all outstanding replenishment fees along with interest and applicable penalties or cease pumping from the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Basin for any purpose except providing water to Searles Domestic Water Company in amounts needed and quality required to meet the demand of all persons who have a water connection to and are located within the service area of that company. So basically we're saying if that physical cessation of pumping for industrial purposes necessarily or reasonably necessarily is going to stop service to the residents, then the board is essentially not seeking the cessation of pumping. And if you look at the Exhibit 1, it makes that very clear also. And most importantly, here's what the findings, the order on page 5 is crucial. So it says that Searles Valley shall cease the production of all groundwater from the basin until all fee payments are made current along with interest and so forth. Paragraph 2 says this order shall not apply to any groundwater extraction by Searles Valley Minerals to meet its continuing obligation to provide water to Searles Domestic Water Company in order to meet the demand of all persons within the service area of Searles Domestic Water Company. The two are locked together. If this cessation cannot occur without impacting that domestic supply, then this order does not cause the cessation of the pumping for industrial. They're locked together. If they're locked together and can't be separated, that's what we're trying to get at. We've tried to get that information. Some information came in today in that letter from Searles that I mentioned before, but we still don't have definitive information from our engineering people. Going on with what this order does, paragraph 3 says if Searles intends not to pay the fees, they shall employ all reasonable efforts to maintain, repair, or alter the system so it's capable of extracting and delivering the water to meet the demands of domestic people, domestic demands for Trona. And the last paragraph actually suspends the order for 30 days. From the date if you adopt this order, 30 days for Searles to attack this problem and separate the two types of services. If that isn't done, then we are directed to seek a court proceeding in order to enforce the order. And that, of course, would be necessary to enforce any such order. You do not have powers of self-execution of your orders. You have to seek court support. And in the court proceeding, if we don't have all the information to make a sound engineering decision on whether pumping should stop, but can be stopped without affecting the Trona people, pumping for industrial, then the court is the place to find out, because the court has powers of causing discovery and exchanges of information where we can come to a definitive decision. Hopefully we won't get that far, but our expectation from everything that's come back to us from Searles so far, we keep an open mind and try to remain optimistic. But so far, we would not expect them to pay the replenishment fee or stop pumping for industrial purposes unless we were to file a court proceeding. So there's nothing imminent that could happen if you adopt this order. There's a 30-day waiting period to see how Searles reacts, or whether information is adduced that would indicate a lawsuit wouldn't make any sense, because the two water delivery systems are so locked in they can't be separated. Or 30 days later, we would be filing a lawsuit, which could go through the court system for months, if not years, before there's resolution. So that's what you have in front of you. Again, staff's always ready to try to resolve these matters. And again, as I've said before, we're not here to relitigate substantive issues that are in the courts. The GA did not file these lawsuits that are pending, did not file early motions for TROs and preliminary injunctions. This was done by the pumpers who are being charged the replenishment fee. Except the water district. By the way, it isn't true. It keeps getting stated that only Searles and Mojave Pistachio had the fees placed on them. That's not true. The water district had the fees placed on them, and they're paying them because they too are going to have to rely on supplemental water in the long run. So that's really all I have to say. We're recommending the adoption of this resolution and hoping the fact that it has a 30-day waiting period and there's things to work out that maybe something will get resolved in that period of time. If not, the order would instruct us to file a lawsuit in Kern County to move the collection process forward. So unless there's board questions, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Director Vallejo.
I just want to kind of confirm what I heard and confirm to the public what we're hearing about the proposed order. Is it accurate to say that the Groundwater Authority itself is not going to be walking into the Searles Valley Minerals operations and turning off their pumps if we adopt this order? Is that accurate?
That's correct. You do not have the legal authority to do that. We would not suggest it.
Okay. And is it accurate to say that if the pumps are shut off, if this order is adopted and the pumps are shut off tomorrow, that would be a decision that Searles Valley Mineral made?
That would be their decision, short of a court order causing them to do that.
Okay. So the only thing that this order potentially will do in terms of shutting it off is allow us to go to court to get an order to actually have the court order them to shut that off. Is that right?
well, yes, we wouldn't expect this would come from Searles voluntarily. We'd rather receive the payment. And also, let me reemphasize, even that trip to the court is not going to happen unless we believe the two systems can be separated. So cessation of pumping for industrial will not impede water service to the Trona area. And that's a position we would take in court as well.
Thank you. Those are my questions for Mr. Markman. That's all for now.
Any other questions from the board?
None here.
This is Tim Etnayer. Earlier in the presentation, you mentioned that our engineers have been reviewing it and that they haven't been able to make a final determination yet, and that's part of the reason we have this 30-day period. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, do we anticipate that by the end of that 30 period, they will make a final determination that would provide certainty on this?
Well, some of this depends on the information that they get their hands on that Searles has. And some of that information actually came through today in a letter. So it's in Searles' hands. The 30 days is, look, we're not going to run to court tomorrow morning and start this process. If Searles can react one way or the other, but we would like them to have the opportunity to see if we're going to go to court on this, whether they can determine themselves whether they can separate the water delivery systems to protect the Trona residents themselves. That's what the 30 days is for. We can't force them to do that, but that's what we're doing. And hopefully, too, that would give them an opportunity to, if they think they can't separate the systems, they could provide information to Stetson engineers to that effect. So what we're trying to do is, this is all dependent upon that issue of separation of the two delivery systems. So we're trying to offer time to our engineers and to Searles to deal with that. It may not happen.
Now, if our engineers have not been able to make any determination, and the 30 days comes up and they still don't have enough information for a determination, then would this order still cause the lawsuit and go forward, shutting it off absent that determination?
Yes, we would go forward because in court we can get at all the information necessary to make that determination and present what we have to the court. So, because the order we'd ask for the court would be, you can enforce a cessation, but we don't even want you to do that if it's going to necessarily deprive Trona residents of water. So that would be what the whole thing that would be litigated.
Okay, so the 30 days might give us time to do it, but it's very possible that there might not be a determination at the time that we go to court.
That's correct. That is correct, yes.
I need to make an important clarification. The resolution before you in the order is not 30 days. It has a date of July 1st that it becomes effective.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Any other board comments? So I'd like to, at this time, ask our Water Resource Manager, Steve Johnson, if he has anything to present.
Thank you, Chairman Ingram. This is Steve. Very quickly, I think Jim actually did a very, very good job. There is a staff report that we prepared. I'm not going to read it, and in fact, I made some bullet points, some notes, but I think Jim covered a lot of it. A couple of points that I just would like to make, especially with some of the comments that have been made by the board, and that is that since the last, and that's what this staff report is for, is that since the last public hearing, which was about a month ago, we have worked on this. We have endeavored to try and gather information, review the information that has been provided by Searles, and Searles has provided a tremendous amount of information during the public verification of the whole process. We've reviewed those documents. We reviewed the SDAC information. Our SDAC consultants who are working on the water conservation grant work, they collected some information out there. We have schematics, fairly current February 2020 schematics of the system. So we've looked at all of that. We've also been in contact with permitting agencies because one of our concerns certainly was what legal other permitting, what are the obligations of Searles Valley Minerals to continuing to operate the domestic water system for Trona in a safe, reliable manner according to the permits that have been issued by the California Public Utilities Commission and by Division of Drinking Water, DDW, State Water System Control Board. So we have had conversations with them. We've shared information. It's included in the staff report. I don't in any way want to misrepresent those conversations, but what we took away from those discussions was that both agencies would work along with us because we expressed our concerns the same way that they do. They would work with us in every way we can to prevent the occurrence, which Jim clearly described, the occurrence of Searles Valley Minerals not serving the domestic water system for any reason. That was in our best interest. That's in their best interest, and we all agree this is what in all of our best interest. And this is what we need to try to do. They did also indicate that with the staff level that we work with, which is a fairly responsible level staff at both agencies, they did want to talk to their supervisors about any preemptive action they might be willing to take or want to take to make sure that this did not happen. We have not received clear responses on preemptive action, although the concerns expressed by both agencies indicated that might be a possibility. But both agencies also indicated that at any time that the permitting agency, which is Searles Valley's Minerals, did not comply with the permitting requirements, complete with the requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act to provide a safe, reliable drinking water supply to the customers of Trona. If any time that didn't happen, they would act. So we do have the permitting agencies' concurrence that they generally speaking, these are more my words, but this is the impression that we got in talking with them, that Searles Valley Minerals cannot legally walk away from their obligation to operate the domestic water system. It just can't be done. So I think Jim's laid out a clear path to get to that point. In response to director comments, I want to point out that we have spent a month of time looking for this information and trying to get verification one way or the other. And I don't want, this is not intended as a conflict or anything like that with Searles Valley Minerals, but we're at a point where it's really up to Searles Valley Minerals to demonstrate that they can't do it. And just talking about it certainly isn't going to work. It has to be demonstrated. So with all of that, we do provide a conclusion in our staff report, and the conclusion of the staff report for today is that we found no documents, facts, or reasons that a cessation of water being delivered to the industrial operations would cause the cessation of water service to the Trona residents. And that's what I have. That's what I have today, and we're certainly here to try and help resolve this situation. So, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any other presentation?
I don't think so.
Okay, so at this time we'll bring it to Jeff Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to address you. Our plan this afternoon is to have Mr. Blanchard address you first on behalf of Searles Valley Minerals, and then I'll follow Mr. Blanchard on behalf of Searles Valley Minerals. And we also have with us Mr. Tom McBride, who is legal counsel for Searles Domestic Water Company, and he will also address you. And so, with the chair and the board's permission, I'll turn this time over to Mr. Blanchard. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Blanchard. Mr. Blanchard, are you with us? So, Jeff, it appears that Mr. Blanchard is not on line with us right now. So if you'd like to change your order, you may do that, or we could wait a little bit here. But
all right, well, I can do so because I know this has already been a long day for you. But the matter that's before all of us now is important, and certainly we're not going to. And I know you don't have any intent in doing so. Shortcut the time. So I will use this opportunity to address you. And while I'm doing so, one of my colleagues offline is reaching out to Mr. Blanchard. First of all, let me express appreciation to Mr. Markman for his clarification and explanation this afternoon about what the proposed order would do or would not do. Now, let me talk just briefly about process here and how Mr. Markman's clarification today is both helpful and important. We were at the last hearing. This was a very different proposal that was before you. And I don't mean to go through everything that occurred at the last hearing, but let's just say that Searles had to stop, during the hearing and make a request that things be put on halt so there would be a further investigation. Because had Searles not made that request, this board was poised to consider a staff recommendation to shut off the Searles Valley mineral wells, which we have indicated would cut off the domestic water supply to Searles Domestic Water Company. Now, fortunately for everyone involved, that request was granted. This hearing was continued until today. A request was made to staff to further investigate the impact of shutting off the Searles Valley wells. I just want to clarify up front that as I'm listening here this afternoon to both Mr. Markman and Mr. Johnson, but particularly Mr. Markman, my understanding is that as we're sitting here today, staff has not been able to confirm that shutting off the Searles Valley mineral wells will not cut off the water supply to the domestic water company. So I think it's important for the record today, because you've arranged for a court reporter to take down what's being said, and this is going to be by previous agreement provided to the Superior Court judge as a record of what happened here today. Just wanted to be very clear with the understanding that as we are now here at the continued hearing, there is still no information yet obtained that would substantiate a conclusion by the Groundwater Authority that it can shut off the Searles Valley wells.
Mr. Dunn, this is Cornell Blanchard. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Blanchard.
I really apologize for interrupting you. I had left the phone on the entire time of the recess, and apparently the system just dropped me out. So I've called back in, and I'm now online. And if I heard you announce our order of presentation, if you would like me to proceed in that manner, I can. If you want to continue, then we can do that.
With the chair's permission, I would like to allow you to proceed first as originally planned, and I'll resume my comments after you, if that's acceptable.
Granted.
Thank you. Is that okay, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Heyman?
Yes, it is. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. And this is the second time in a row we've had some phone issues here, but I left my phone on all day, and I suspect that's the issue. But I want to thank you, Chairman Heyman, and the board for this opportunity to respond to your notice dated June 7th, 2021, threatening to shut off Searles Valley Minerals water by way of an order that Searles cease pumping water from the Indian Wells Valley groundwater basin. As a practical matter, there is no change in Searles' opposition to this board's stated intention to shut off Searles Valley Minerals water since the meeting called by this groundwater sustainability agency for this same purpose on May 6, 2021. As you well know, forcing Cyril's to cease water production in the basin will force Cyril's out of business immediately. A lose-lose proposition for all concerned. Now let's move to your earlier misleading claim in your notice dated April 19, 2021, where you stated that, and I quote, the 217 acre-feet annually for direct and sole use by Cyril's Domestic Water Company for domestic purposes in the Trona community is not in jeopardy of cessation. And now let's consider your attempted rewriting of this same claim in your resolution number 04-21 that is before the board today, wherein you state, and I quote again, Cyril's Domestic Water Company receives water from Cyril's Valley Minerals as its sole source, and the authority makes no orders herein which will hinder the supply or increase the cost of water put to domestic use in Trona. Now, these are semantic distinctions without a difference. The practical effect of shutting off water to Cyril's Valley Minerals will be the same no matter how you attempt to obfuscate the reality of that decision. I repeat, forcing Cyril's to cease water production in the basin will force Cyril's out of business. So again, as I stated previously, you're wrong on the facts and wrong on the law. As a practical matter, Cyril's has been producing water from wells in the basin since 1930. This water is transported through two pipelines that merge into one system and then flows through a water treatment facility for distribution to Cyril's facility using its pipes and tanks. All water production, all infrastructure is owned by Cyril's. Cyril's Domestic Water Company purchases available surplus water from Cyril's via a water purchase agreement between the two parties that originated in 1943. This contractual arrangement has been renewed continuously since then, and most recently in 2015. Cyril's is the sole source of water for Cyril's Domestic and has provided clean, reliable, and safe drinking water to Cyril's Domestic for 78 years and intends to do so despite repeated attempts by this GSA to shut off Cyril's water. Cyril's Domestic is overseen and regulated by the CPUC and the California Water Board's Division of Drinking Water, called the DDW. This GSA, a local agency, has no oversight powers or control over the CPUC or the DDW, both California state agencies. However, Cyril's and Cyril's Domestic both collaborate regularly with both of these agencies to safeguard the cleanliness, the reliability, and the sustainability of those water supplies entrusted to us. The private party agreement between Cyril's and Cyril's Domestic is not within the purview of this GSA. In other words, the claim of exemption for Cyril's Domestic from actions taken against Cyril is of no practical or legal significance. Now let's move to something you know, or you should know. Cyril's is a component of the Department of Homeland Security's critical infrastructure. This is why Cyril's was allowed to operate with full staff throughout the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic while other businesses were locked down. As part of the DHS critical infrastructure, the entire supply chain system it's part of, Cyril's is the only U.S. headquartered company and one of only 3 companies in the world that produces an ingredient critical to making type 1 pharmaceutical glass that is used to make vaccine vials, including COVID-19 vaccine vials. Yet this board has called another hearing again today to shut down Cyril's water supply, to shut down Cyril's and cut off our ability to support the COVID response effort and disrupt the global supply chain for COVID-19 vaccine vials. Finally, I will remind this board that it has a letter from the Department of Water Resources dated December 8th, 2020, that raises programmatic concerns about the groundwater sustainability plan this board submitted last year. Among the stated concerns was a specific concern about the disadvantaged communities of Trona. And I quote DWR staff, quote, staff are concerned that implementation of the GSP may have unintended or unexpected negative impacts on the ability for domestic water users in Searles Valley to access safe, clean, and affordable drinking water supply. Your proposal today to shut off Searles water will have the direct adverse impacts the DWR is concerned about. This is also a concern expressed by Congressional Representative Jay Overnolte in his letter to this board dated May 4th, 2021, when he said that your proposed action today to shut off Searles water, and I quote, Mr. Congressman Overnolte, should be avoided at all costs. Congressman Jay Overnolte then went on to request that this board not take any unnecessary and precipitate action and asked, and I quote, I ask that the board delay any further action until the Orange County Superior Court presiding judge can make a determination on this issue. Those are my opening remarks, Chairman Hammerman, and I thank you and the board very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. We'll go back to Jeff Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the comments by Mr. Blanchard. Let me direct my comments towards the process that we're involved with, because process has been shown today to be extremely important to reaching a fair and correct outcome. And when I talk about the process, I talk about the process that we're all involved in. This hearing today, this afternoon, is what's commonly been called, I think by your legal counsel, as a quasi-adjudicatory hearing. You sit as triers of fact, making a decision, a vitally important decision for Searles Valley Minerals, for the domestic water company, and for the communities that depend upon both of those entities, not just for their local water supply, but for their economic livelihood. We're talking about issues of public health, public safety, and public welfare. I would not hesitate to say that these are the most important issues that could ever come before you, or for any other, or before any other public agency. They are of such an importance and magnitude of importance that they require careful consideration and the utmost and highest standards of fairness to everyone involved, particularly to Searles Valley Minerals and the Searles Domestic Water Company. And let me explain. When we were last before you, as I was addressing the board, you were poised to accept a staff recommendation that was to completely shut off all Searles Valley Mineral wells. And our pleading with this board at the time, don't do that. The consequences of that would be disastrous, and here are the reasons why. Now, since that hearing that took place in early May, we didn't hear anything from the Groundwater Authority until we received a letter on May 28th, which is the Friday before Memorial Day weekend. So more than 3 weeks had passed, exactly 22 days had passed, before we had heard anything further. And that was the letter that we received from Mr. Johnson. And for the first time, even though 3 weeks had passed, that was the first time we received a request for information to conduct a fair and impartial hearing today. And when we looked at that letter, it gave us only until the following business day after the Memorial Day weekend, maybe 2 days at most, to compile with a lengthy list of demands for information requests. And we did our very best in that short period of time to comply with that request and give you explanations and information. But my point is, that was unfair to Searles to make that request so late in the game and still have this hearing here today, and then yet to sort of criticize Searles for not having provided the requested information. I can't even begin to tell you the countless number of hours that we spent gathering the documents, putting together the information, and providing explanations as to why, as it regards to the domestic water company, why those matters are appropriately addressed and resolved by the California Public Utilities Commission. I mention this because I don't think we've been treated fairly. In fact, I know we haven't been treated fairly. And I don't want to see this type of treatment continue again. I appreciate the change of position by staff. I appreciate that they're walking back from their demand to shut off unconditionally all the Searles Valley wells, except for payment of this contested replenishment fee. But let's not find ourselves again in the future where the public health, the public welfare, and the public safety is put so close to a dangerous decision point as you had put it before the public here just a few weeks ago. Let's find a way forward to make sure that we don't have this type of escalation and this type of potential actual harm to the public. Now, there's more to that. What we discovered in the staff report, unfortunately, is that there's been what we call an effort underway without any indication to Searles that the Groundwater Authority staff has been reaching out to the California Public Utilities Commission. It's been reaching out to the state agency, the DDW, and without notifying us in advance, particularly as to Searles Domestic Water Company and the exclusive jurisdictions. No one ever picked up the phone and said, look, we're going to call the CPUC to get this information. Can we ask you to be part of that conversation? Because it affects you. In fact, it affects the public health, safety, and welfare. All of that contact, all of that investigation behind the scenes was done in secret from us. And we've yet to see the notes or anything really of substance come out of that, except for one thing. We have a staff report here by Mr. Johnson, and we're extremely concerned about that. Not only are we concerned about the secrecy of the investigation and concealing it from Searles and the domestic water company, and what you're really doing is you're concealing it from the public. I understand that you may not want us to get any allocation of water and you want us to pay the fees, but the public has a right to know what's going on, and we have a right to know. And we have a right to know before we get to this hearing, so that we don't come to the hearing with a staff report just issued a few days later that says that it's been talking to the California Public Utilities Commission, to the other state agencies. And what is extraordinarily troubling today is that we heard, and I wrote it down, and we have a record of it because there's a court reporter here, that Mr. Johnson says that you, as the agency, have, quote, the permitting agency's concurrence. If there's one thing I'm confident of here today, I'm confident that you don't have any decision by the California Public Utilities Commission that allows you in any shape, form, or fashion to shut off the Searles Valley mineral wells. I'm pretty confident of that. I'm confident that that statement by Mr. Johnson is false. And the same is true for the state agency. Now, what is troubling is that it appears in the record as part of the staff report, and it appears again in the comments of Mr. Johnson this afternoon, as somehow trying to create the public appearance and trying to tell the public, oh, don't worry. The state agencies, the California Public Utilities Commission, they're completely on board with what's happening. Now, I'm confident that that's not the case. And yet I'm troubled that with this secret investigation, you now have this staff report and these representations. Now, let's talk further about this. Now, Mr. McBride, who is a recognized leading authority with regards to the California Public Utilities Commission, is going to talk to you further about that, but I'm going to leave that for him. But I'm asking you in the future that if you have any further conversations with state agencies about us, that you involve us in those conversations. You need to do it as a matter of fairness. You need to do it as a matter of being open and transparent. We have a procedural due process right to this information and to be involved in this, to be able to counter and explain it and know about it. And you've denied us that opportunity. To have you operate and continue to operate in secrecy with your staff and with your attorneys to the detriment of Searles and Searles Domestic Water Company is unacceptable. It should never happen. You are required to act better and to have your staff act better. You can act better and should be better, particularly on agency matters that are so important to the public interest. You've heard in the preceding matter from members of the public who who are coming forward on their own and just complaining about the lack of transparency, the lack of convenience, how you make it difficult for the public to be involved, how you make it difficult for the public to be informed. Let's not do that anymore. We object to all of this, and our objection is on the record, and this will perhaps come up before the court for the court to examine sort of whether we've been denied our required procedural due process as we have been. But at least going forward, as a sign of good faith, stop doing what you're doing. Stop doing it behind closed doors. Start doing things out in the open. Bring these matters to the public attention. Now, let me say one thing, because if I make one point perfectly clear, I want it to be this point. And I want this point to be made clear to everyone who's listening to this meeting this afternoon. Searles Valley Minerals will do everything in its power and ability to keep water flowing to the domestic water company and to the Trona communities. We will do everything we can to make that continue to happen. The only thing that threatens that is this board's decision to potentially shut off our wells. We will not stand by idly. If we have to go to court to stop that, we will. If we have to go to the Court of Appeal to stop it, we will. If we have to go to the Public Utilities Commission and get relief, we will. Wherever we need to go to stop you from doing that, we will make that happen. So I'm asking you here today to not do that, and instead change the way you're doing business with regards to Searles Domestic Water Company and Searles Valley Minerals. Become transparent, become open, become fair, right? Look, we can debate whether your decision to give us a zero allocation of groundwater was right, but that's not going to get us anywhere here today. As your board recognized last year when that dispute was before it, you indicated that that would be for the courts to decide. And you even encouraged us to seek relief from the courts to have decided what our allocation of water should be according to what our groundwater right is. We've gone to court to do that, and the courts are going to work that out. Our claim or our request to you also is let this process play out. This is something that you knew was going to happen, you encouraged was going to happen. Groundwater rights are decided by the courts. The courts are going to do that. We've been working cooperatively with the water district and with other parties, to make that happen during the slow-moving proceedings during the pandemic and elsewhere. But let this process play out. Let the courts decide, as you encouraged, Searles' groundwater right. And let that be determined. And once it's determined, then you can make a fair and informed allocation decision, which will ultimately decide whether or not Searles pays the fee and in what amount. So let that process play out. This rushing to cut off our supply of water is not what Sigma was ever intended to do. It's not right. It's not fair. It's not good for the public. It's harmful to the public. So I ask you, with this change of position that you are poised to adopt here today, that you further decide to change how you evaluate the claims by Searles Valley Minerals, that you do it in a more open and transparent process, that you allow the court proceedings to work. And when you take away this gun that you put to our heads, this gun of being, you pay our fee or we'll shut off your water and everybody that depends on it, that we're not going to negotiate with that kind of gun to our head. That's not a fair, that's not a proper way to do negotiations. We wanted there to be an equal and fair playing field. So I thank the chair for the opportunity, and I'll yield my time to Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Mr. Chair and members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I've just been asked to comment on a couple aspects of the staff report at page 3 regarding the role of the Public Utilities Commission. For 28 years, I've represented Searles Domestic Water Company and its owners in PUC proceedings right up until the most recent one concluded last year. And so I wanted to address some representations made in the staff report regarding the authority and ability of the PUC to mitigate what could be the consequences of the order you're now considering. The staff report states first that the PUC may order SVM, Searles Valley Minerals, as holder of a PUC permit to continue water supply and service to SDWC. Well, that statement's incorrect. The PUC has no jurisdiction over Searles Valley Minerals, and Searles Valley Minerals holds no certificate or permit issued by the PUC. And over the last 25 years, the PUC has issued a series of decisions recognizing the relationship between Searles Valley Minerals and the Searles Domestic Water Company, and it's never at any time sought to assert jurisdiction over Searles Valley Minerals. And in fact, only last year, the Commission rejected an invitation that it do so and declined to do anything, noting that its jurisdiction only extends to Searles Domestic Water Company. That was the Panamint Valley decision issued last year. Second, there's a portion of the staff report that identifies various remedies the PUC might impose on, might pursue in order to ensure that Searles Domestic Water Company continues to operate. And it talks about a document called an Order to Institute an Investigation. And I'm assuming that what they're really referring to is an Order Instituting Investigation, OII. It's a very common form of commission proceeding. But an order instituting an investigation is only that. It's just an order. It opens a formal docket, and the commission invariably spends at least a year reaching the end of that docket. One such OII, again, as the staff report notes, is an investigation, for example, as to whether the commission should go to the Superior Court and seek the appointment of a receiver. Well, under the applicable statute, which is now 1826 of the Public Utilities Code, the PUC proceeding has to be completed with formal hearings, evidentiary hearings, briefs, etc., before an order is even issued authorizing the Commission's General Counsel to go to the Superior Court. The last time that course was pursued was in August of 2012, and it took about a year to complete. So these are not quick proceedings. As Mr. Dunn pointed out, it's really only the Commission that can act, the Commission itself, or take a position for the Commission. And while the Commission has a very competent staff, particularly in the Water Division, it's only the commissioners who can reach an outcome that can provide an endorsement of any particular policy or agree to sign on to any particular program of another agency. And if you want to see how long that takes, just go on the Commission's website, the PUC's website, have a docket card, go to anything that was initiated by the CPUC itself, which would be either an investigation or a rulemaking. It takes about a year. It just takes a long time to get to a decision. And it's only the Commission's decision issued after a long statutory process is completed that matters. The only other thing I wanted to touch on was the order being considered contemplates at some point the authority going to Superior Court to seek enforcement of its to seek enforcement of its order. Enforcement of an order which would require a cessation of service by the Searles Domestic Water Company would violate a provision of law known as Section 1759 of the Public Utilities Code, which prohibits any superior court from issuing a decision which would interfere with the Public Utilities Commission in the exercise of its jurisdiction. And the PUC has a standing order that every water company subject to its jurisdiction will provide a safe and reliable source of water. If an order issued by a superior court would affect the water company's ability to do that, it would violate the statute.
Should we give Director Peters just a minute?
We are reconnected to YouTube, so we can recommence the meeting once Member Peters makes it back.
Okay.
So Keith, you better let me respond because I am the staff. I do represent the staff position, so you got to take care of the board.
No, but we're waiting on Member Peters.
Yeah.
Okay, we're all back, and we will resume from where we left off.
And Mr. Chairman, this is Jim Markman. I think I ought to respond to a lot of the statements made by all of the witnesses. I've got a little bit of stuff to say, so I'd like to get that done representing the staff's position. The first thing I'd like to respond to is the last thing I heard, which is that the PUC expert for soils, I must have said something that was really confusing because I thought I made it clear that if we're going to court, we will not seek the cessation of pumping wells by soils if it interferes with service to the residents. And he stated it exactly the opposite way. It would be impossible for our court order to violate the PUC's jurisdiction in guaranteeing service to the public because we'd be right in line with them. We would not seek a no pumping order if it deprived anyone in Toronto of water. Can I make that clear? I don't know how. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing I want to be certain of is that Jeff Dunn and I are on the same page as to what this new proposed order says. What the proposed order says is we have to determine not whether there's a separation in the service system today of water going for industrial purposes and water going to Toronto residents. We have to determine if that can be done and how it can be done, and can Searles do it in some reasonable fashion so that we can cut, so if one service has to be stopped, it won't affect the residents. That's the fine line we're trying to draw. I think maybe we were saying the same thing, but I'm not quite sure, so I want to make that crystal clear. And I also want to point out about who's treating who fairly. Mr. Dunn is scolding us like an angry school teacher, and I don't think he should be. First of all, we adopted a replenishment assessment months and months ago, 6 months before anyone had to pay it. There was plenty of time for discussions to go on, even after the challenges to the plan and the fee were filed by Searles and Mojave Pistachio. And in fact, we did have conversations. And we will have any conversation that either side thinks might be productive. And we'll continue to do that. But months and months went by, and nothing was achieved. We finally moved this case to Orange County, and we didn't even have time to take a breath and file a demur or an answer. We were hit with 2,000 pages of material seeking TROs and preliminary injunctions against our enforcing our order, enforcing our ability to collect the money. It wasn't even specifically aimed at turning off water. It was aimed on any effort we might make to collect those fees. And so that's what generated all of it. That wasn't nice. Nobody told us why it was happening or what the basis would be. They just did it. And we had 2,000 pages to respond to in 48 hours. So that wasn't nice. That was kind of a sneak attack. The other thing I want to say is, well, we're looking for, nobody's trying to do anything that I think is out of hand or not indicated, whether Searles or us. But when we brought up for a month ago this question of separating the systems to protect the residents, we asked at the first hearing, we asked again for some cooperation. We asked to take a little trip, maybe a trip through the Searles system with their operators to tell us how it works and why it couldn't be separated for residential purpose only. And we got nowhere originally. Eventually, I think we're going to get stuff. We just started to get stuff. But for a month, more than a month, we got nothing. So there's nothing wrong with a private person or a public entity going to the PUC. And by the way, the PUC had already evidently listened to the first hearing, so they knew this was all going on, and asked them whether they had that kind of information about potentially separating the systems, because it was hard to believe that the water service to 1,800 people in Trona would depend upon Searles Minerals staying in business. Forget about us. Forget about water fees. If they go out of business and they file a declaration showing that they're not doing real well lately, I hope they don't go out of business. But the question remains here because of what Mr. Blanchard said again. If they go out of business, whether it's because of water fees or whether it's because of whatever business reasons they have to cope with, then what happens to the residents in Trona? If the company that runs the wells is supplying the water to the company with the certificates from the PUC, is that a secure source of water if that company's not operating anymore? That's the question. And that question was re-raised when Mr. Blanchard said what he said today. But, it's kind of offensive to be lectured about going to the PUC for information like what? That's not a sneak attack. Nobody went to them and said, why don't you sue Searles or haul them before you or get your own order. Nobody approached it that way. It was completely a fact-finding mission. And, that happens all the time. People come to public entities with public records requests. People go to the PUC to get information about a water system that's operating, hoping to understand it by going to the PUC. And that's all that happened. So I think the most troublesome thing that I've heard today is, if Searles goes out of business, then what? Do the residents all have to move? Do they have to form a mutual water company? What happens to their water service when the wells are in the Indian Wells Valley 20 miles away and nobody's operating that company? So that's a concern. Forget about the water fees. The other thing I want to say about Mr. Blanchard is, no offense, but I've seen numerous declarations by Mr. Blanchard, and 2 times I've heard him testify about the status of his business, and it's not all it's not consistent. One declaration says, we're losing almost $10,000, $100,000 a month or $1 million a month, $10 million a year, and you do this water fee, it's going to make it worse, and we may have to make business adjustments or change the structure of our business. That's one declaration. That's okay. That's nobody wants that to happen, and that's not good. But it's not the same as this hearing saying you're just going to put us out of business, period. And then what's going to happen? It's going to cut off the current residents. That's what he said today. Well, that's very troubling, and it should be troubling to anybody concerned with public water service, including the PUC. The other item is there's a whole lot of tangential issues thrown around. I don't have any reason to dispute that type 1 glass, whatever glass is needed in vaccine vials, is principally made or substantially made by soils. But what? It means that Homeland Security going to weigh in and say that we are really going to endanger Homeland Security because suddenly there won't be enough vials for COVID because they won't pay their water fees? Or we're exercising that remedy? There are other remedies. I mean, we can take into account that that's said, but that's romanticizing this whole position. That's really dramatic. For a lot of things today that were really dramatic and for the purpose of being dramatic. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time, disputing what Jeff said or what Mr. Blanchard said. I will tell you this. I don't think the fact we went to Searles, that our staff went to the PUC to get information on a water system where the crucial fact is, can that system work to serve Trona if the industrial business is not working? It's a crucial question that may end up in court, may not, but it may end up in court. And we certainly, I'll say it again, have no interest in stopping those wells from pumping if it means people in Trona aren't going to get water. We are not going there. This order of the board clearly says don't go there. So when you say procedural due process is being violated, there's no transparency because our staff went to the PUC staff to get information, I think is absurd. And as triers of fact, in a quasi-judicial proceeding, you have to, here's what the ultimate facts are in this case. Did we adopt the fee? Did Searles pump water? Did they report their pumping? Did they pay the fee? Did they refuse to pay the fee? Did they get proper notice of the hearings and the continued hearing? And have they paid since? And that leads the board to the question, do you want to apply a remedy at this point? Is there something to talk to Searles about before you take the next step, which is to try to determine how the system works and after approximately a month go on to court and determine it there if you can't get the information? That's where we are. So I don't think anybody here really should be lecturing anybody. This is a tough position to be in, which we all agree with. No one wants Searles to go out of business. I think we all agree that the sustainability of the basin in the long term and everybody's property values is extremely important and needs to be protected by this GSA board, and that it would probably be most beneficial to resolve these disputes rather than having 4 to 6 lawsuits that resolves nothing except lawyers, barking at other lawyers. So with that, that's all I have to say about the testimony that was presented to the board, unless you have further questions of me. I guess we're at the point where we should listen to the members of the public.
So at this time, we're going to close the public hearing, and we're going to go. Sorry.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think there's some questions the board might have before we close the public hearing itself.
Correct. So let me reiterate this. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion or questions.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would like to hear the answer to Councilman Liu's question to, sorry I didn't catch your name, first name Tom, counsel for the water district, the water supply company for the domestic users.
Yes, let me see if I can restate it. As I understood the question, it was if the court issued a decision saying that Searles had to either pay the money or stop pumping, and Searles decided to stop pumping, would the PUC have a remedy to compel Searles to begin pumping or to compel Searles to provide enough water to serve the domestic customers? Was that the question?
That was it.
Yeah, okay. And I guess my response would be nothing that could happen very quickly. I don't know how, it certainly couldn't get a receiver appointed in a short period of time. The proceeding just takes a long time. I don't know, the commission has the PUC has no jurisdiction over the mineral company. It can order the water company to provide the service, and the water company can say we don't have the water. And any other type of remedy that would try to get around that jurisdictional barrier will take time. That's my best. There's nothing that's readily apparent that's quick.
And Mr. Chair, I had some questions for Mr. Blanchard.
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Blanchard, are you there still?
Yes, who's speaking?
This is John Blair. I'm the Inyo County representative for the GSA.
Yes.
Yeah. And before I ask you a question, Mr. Chair, do we have a copy that we can put into the record of Mr. Blanchard's declaration for the April 28th, 2021 hearing in the Superior Court case, Searles Valley versus the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority?
Yes.
If he signed that on April 26th, 2021. So my questions, Mr. Blanchard, are about the statements that you have made that if we issue an order for you to pay, that this will be an order to shut off the water immediately. And so I just want to direct your attention to paragraph 26 of your declaration on page 8. Well, I just want to confirm that what you said before still holds true today, that, and I'm quoting here from your declaration, within 3 to 6 months of paying the replenishment fee, Searles will be forced to restructure its business by ceasing the production of certain of its product lines and exiting the market for those products. So do I understand that correctly, that it will take at least 3 to 6 months before you even change your operations at the mineral facility?
You understand it correctly. That's in the declaration. It'd take about that amount of time to begin restructuring the business, notifying customers, that type of thing.
Okay, and when you say in paragraph 30, the long term, if Searles is forced to pay the replenishment fee, Searles anticipates that it will be forced out of business altogether. Is that still accurate?
Yes, that is an accurate statement of what we anticipate. An outcome we can anticipate would occur, yes.
Right, so, and that was anticipation of a long-term timeline with the full amount of fee at issue. Is that what you were speaking of, not like a partial fee, but the full fee?
Yes, at that time when I wrote that declaration, that's exactly what it is. It's about $30 million over 5 years.
And has Searles Valley Minerals explored other options for cheaper water since this groundwater authority was formed and began looking at the problems of overdraft?
We have looked at a variety of options for water and have had a lot of people come to us to present them. I don't remember who they were. Several years ago in this process, we've been participating in the process with the Groundwater Authority since 2017. In fact, we were founding participants with the Groundwater Authority, despite the fact that many people claim we weren't. So in 2017, we participated in the PAC. We participated in the TAC. In fact, we chaired the PAC for several years. And we voluntarily funded brackish water studies for the Groundwater Authority up to $75,000. We provided in-kind donations to the Groundwater Authority via video logging of wells, via well log analysis. We've talked to various consultants. Yes, we've considered a lot of options that would be, that could get water to us. Our water situation is there's no water in Searles Valley.
Right. Have you considered the recycled water project that the Groundwater Authority has initiated?
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Dunn. I'm going to ask Mr. Blanchard not to answer that question. really for two reasons. One, it's outside the scope of this hearing today. And second, I don't want to get into existing or past settlement discussions.
Well, I'm not asking about settlement discussions. I'm asking if they're interested in the recycled water because he's saying that they're going to shut down pretty much in the future if they don't go ahead, if they have to go ahead and pay this fee. And I'm wondering if there's cheaper water sources available, are those things that Searles is actually going to explore so that they can avoid the drastic consequences it claims are going to happen if this fee is required?
No, my instruction still remains. I'm going to ask him not to answer that question.
Okay. And has Searles explored financing for the cost of the fee to spread this fee out over a long period of time instead of just the 5-year horizon?
Same instruction.
Okay. And has Searles investigated or pursued any efficiencies in their operations to reduce the amount of water it actually needs and consumes, including pipe upgrades and pipeline upgrades?
The answer is yes.
What kind of efficiencies have you gained in the recent past?
I don't recall the amount. We've experimented with various techniques to reduce the water consumption. We've made changes in the process to make sure we fully capture 100% of the condensate produced in the process. Not an unusual industry practice, but we're very diligent about it. So we're looking for any possible conservation methods that allow us to use the water we need in the process, and at the same time reduce that consumption through conservation.
Got it. And at the last hearing, Mr. Blanchard, you mentioned that you didn't want to answer my questions before because you wanted the hearing to play out in the court system and not here. And I read the court's preliminary order on preliminary injunction, which said that we need to have this hearing and determine what the facts are going to be here. And so with that in mind, is Searles going to allow our engineers on site to conduct an on-site inspection of the pipe system to determine whether or not there is capacity, physical capacity to deliver water to the domestic users, even if Searles Valley Minerals itself is not in operation?
Mr. Vallejo, with that in mind, the answer is the same as before. We're going to let the process play out in the court.
So you're saying no?
Mr. Vallejo, answer to that question has already been provided by Searles in written format to your staff.
Okay, and is that answer the same one we just heard from Mr. Blanchard, or is that different?
It's different. Your question assumes a hypothetical which is not even in existence.
Okay. The hypothetical
is a bad question.
I'd like to avoid a hypothetical. I'd like to ask a very direct question. Is Searles going to allow our staff on site to determine whether or not domestic water can be supplied if Searles Valley Minerals is not in operation? It's not a hypothetical. It's just a direct question.
No, it is a hypothetical because Searles Valley Minerals is in operation. Your question assumes facts that aren't present before you. You can't adjudicate or make a decision on facts that don't simply exist.
So, on behalf of the staff and the board, you know, the rules of evidence don't apply in this kind of hearing, and there's no way, however, when counsel instructs somebody not to answer, the person's going to answer. So, what's going to be revealed on the record is that this is evasive. And if counsel wants it to look that way, nothing we can do.
Well, as a matter of fairness,
Mr. Dunn said it. I just didn't hear what Mr. Markman said. He cut off.
Mr. Markman, could you repeat your comment, please?
Yes, my comment is that in an administrative proceeding, the rules of evidence, you're asking questions and there are technical objections like, well, that's a hypothetical question, and instructing your client not to answer really is not appropriate. But if legal counsel instructs someone not to say something in an administrative proceeding, they're just going to be perceived as being evasive because they're not going to answer. And I don't think this board or anybody in an administrative hearing like this is really concerned with the technical niceties of the rules of evidence. But that's up to counsel. That's up to Jeff Dunn. He's an excellent, fantastic lawyer. So if he thinks this is helpful to tell his client not to say, whether they'll let us in the plant to see if the plant can be modified to serve the domestic water, even if the plant's not operating, then I don't know what's hypothetical about that, but sure goes to the heart of everything.
Would I be heard? Okay. As a matter of due process, you are to make a decision based upon facts that are present before you. Your question concerns something that isn't factually established. What is factually established is that we are operating, we are going to continue to operate, and we're going to continue to provide water to the water company. Your question is based on an impermissible hypothetical, that somehow that the operation doesn't exist. It does exist. So I instruct him not to answer that stupid question.
No, it's not a stupid question. You told him not to say whether he'd let our staff look at the system.
Okay, Mr. Chair, let me interject here. I think I would suggest we move this discussion on, as I think a lot of this is now for a different audience, which is the judge, and not the audience currently listening.
So I'd like to go back to Director Vallejo. Director Vallejo, do you have any further questions?
Well, sorry if I asked any stupid questions. I'm just trying to make sure that we protect the domestic users out there, not only in Trona, but also from the rest of the basin who can be harmed if a lot of water pumping occurs without, any fees being paid to cover the cost of repairing the damage that's done. So, I'm not intending to, ask silly questions or stupid questions. I'm trying to really make sure that what we're doing is well thought out and protects not only the Trona residents of the basin, but all residents of the basin that need this water for life and those types of uses. Anyhow,
wait a minute. I'm entitled to respond to that.
At this time, I'm asking Director Vallejo, excuse me, Mr. Dunn, I'm asking Director Vallejo if he has any further questions. So I'll let him finish, and then if you have a comment, I'll let you comment. So go ahead, Director Vallejo.
At this time, I'll cede my time on the floor for the rest of the board.
Okay, do we have any further questions from the board?
No, Director Vallejo asked actually a similar question that I was going to ask, and so I'm satisfied with that.
Okay. Mr. Dunn, go ahead.
Yes. As members of the board, you are entitled to ask the questions. No question about that. But that doesn't mean you get a response to every question that you ask. You're here today for a specific purpose, and you perform a specific role. You're supposed to act in a quasi-adjudicatory fashion. You're supposed to be strictly fair and strictly impartial. You are not to cross-examine my client. You're not to try to gain an advantage over him. You're not to try to create situations and hypotheticals which create a situation which does not exist. What has been made clear by every witness and every information that we've provided to you is that Searles Valley Minerals will not stop supplying water to the water company. The only threat, the only impediment to our ability to do so is this board and your decision making. It's entirely up to you.
Jim Markman, do you have any further comments?
I really don't. I don't agree with Mr. Dunn that members of city councils or boards of supervisors or other public entities, water district boards, ask questions when people are in front of them in an adjudicatory proceeding. Of course they can't always do. The unusual thing here, as I said, is to have legal counsel for someone who got up and made a statement, direct him not to answer a question coming from a board member. That's really unusual. I have to say it's unusual, and I understand why his explanation for why he did it. But the board has to decide whether it leaves you wondering whether there's somebody being evasive or whether there's something really odd about the question that's not fair. So it's up to you to decide. I'll say it again. If I appreciate Mr. Blanchard listening to his lawyer. I always believe in that. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so I'll ask one more time. Is there any other questions from the board? Okay, hearing no further questions. believe at this time we can close the public comment before the closing of the hearing. Okay. So at this point in time, we are going to open up to public comment.
Before the closing of the hearing. At this point in time, we are going to open up to public comment.
Caller, go ahead and state your name and make your comment.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Priscilla Benedon. I've called in before, but since this item is still on the agenda, I felt like I should call in and restate my concerns. And I am opposed to the efforts to impose exorbitant replenishment fees and or cut off the water to Searles Valley Minerals. I was born in Trona, and for the past 16 years, I have worked at the Trona Senior Center. I am currently the president of the Trona Joint Unified School District Governing Board. I feel obligated to advocate for both the senior citizens and the students of Trona. I have spent countless hours trying to understand the current water board situation. I understand that it is necessary to procure water for the future, but I cannot understand why an exorbitant fee is being charged without a reasonable solution. I also cannot understand why the fee is not being shared equally among all interested parties, and it appears to only apply to certain entities. I'm also confused. How does the Groundwater Authority plan on supplying water to Trona residents without supplying water to Searles Valley Minerals? As I understand it, water is delivered to Trona via one pipeline and through one water treatment plant. There should be a compromise and an equal plan for all. This is not a game of chicken to see which side will flinch first. You are dealing with real people, elderly people with sweat equity in their community, and real students who are struggling to learn in an environment that has felt the effects of the pandemic and 2 major earthquakes. You are dealing with real concerns, real jobs, real economic issues, real problems that will affect the lives of hundreds of people. And whether you realize it or not, in spite of your claims that the domestic water will not be affected by the water replenishment fee, the domino effect will impact Trona. It will impact Ridgecrest. It will impact San Bernardino County, Kern County, California, and beyond. Because decreases in mineral mining in Trona will become an economic nightmare. As I have said before, I'm advocating for some 300 senior citizens who live on fixed incomes in Trona. Since Searles Valley Minerals pays royalties to Trona schools, I'm also advocating for the 259 students at Trona School who will suffer if their education is interrupted yet again. I am asking you, please, to do the right thing. I'm asking that you make the responsible decision and save the Searles Valley. You need to go back to the table and find a real solution to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla.
Thank you.
Next caller. Caller, state your name and go ahead.
Hi, this is Jade Zimmerman, formerly Jade Brush. I have been involved with the GA in one form or another for 4 years now, since 2017. But I come to you today as a concerned resident of Ridgecrest and vice president of the Searles Lake Gem and Mineral Society in Trona, California. I sent a letter last night that I had hoped would reach you before today's meeting. The delay in sending was an error on my part, and I apologize, and I sincerely thank April for handling that today. I will summarize some of my key points from that letter now. Economically speaking, the community of Trona would be devastated if Searles Valley Minerals could no longer afford to operate because of this replenishment fee. Nearly all of the local businesses in Trona support Searles Valley Minerals in one way or another, including my father-in-law's construction company. In addition, other local entities depend on Searles Valley Minerals charity for survival. The Searles Lake Gem and Mineral Society is one of those entities. Searles Valley Minerals has graciously provided access to their property and support from their workforce, such as heavy equipment operators, drillers, engineers, etc., to help the society put on their annual gem and mineral show, Gemorama. Without the cooperation of Searles Valley Minerals, the show cannot exist the way it has since 1941 when my great-grandmother started it. Gemorama brings in thousands of tourists, which boosts the economies of both Trona and Ridgecrest every October. This will be our third year without a show due to the earthquakes and pandemic. I would personally be devastated to see such a long-standing, high-profile event for Trona and my great-grandmother's legacy disappear over this replenishment fee and its economic impact on Searles Valley Minerals. Furthermore, I highly recommend exploring cooperative solutions to these fees rather than enforcing them with a heavy hand. If Searles Valley Minerals is put out of business, it will spell ruin for small businesses in Trona, as well as community organizations like the Searles Lake Gem and Mineral Society. It is my belief that putting 700 Searles Valley Minerals employees out of work, putting associated small businesses out of work, and shuttering community organizations constitutes an undesirable result. I know this is not what Sigma defines as an undesirable result, but it is an undesirable result nonetheless. I urge you to remember all of the human lives that will be impacted by your decision. Thank you very much for your time, and I'd also like to thank Capitol Corps' report presentation this morning as it answers some of my questions in my letter that I sent. Thank you very much again.
Priscilla, could you please stay on for just a second?
Yes.
So in your letter, I did read your comment letter, and you made mention of solutions or cooperative solutions with the recycled water project. So could you elaborate a little bit about what you had stated in that letter in regards to that?
I would prefer not to at this time. You can read my letter. I personally would like to see all the parties work together on solutions, including the recycled water, if it were possible to do so. That's all I'd like to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next caller. Caller, go ahead and state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Regina Troglin. I'm a resident of Trona, and I do not work for SVM. Let me be clear on that. This board is self-appointed and clearly doesn't represent the people in which you are supposed to serve. If you did, these types of hearings in the manner in which you are holding them currently wouldn't be happening at all. I've spoken at many of these meetings in the past, and for some reason this board still claims ignorance on widely known facts. If SVM isn't pumping water, then Trona doesn't have water. Since the water residents get is surplus, and only surplus, to what SVM is using at its facilities. At the last meeting, and even at this meeting, this board members of your board and your own lawyer have made disparaging comments about my community and how things are run out here. Up until this GSA started making biased decisions, Trona residents haven't had any issues regarding water in our homes and our businesses. Let me be very clear. For nearly 100 years, Trona has functioned just fine until y'all started messing with things without proper representation from the public members in Trona or any historical knowledge of the area or systems that have been in place. You're not just threatening SVM. You're threatening an entire town, no matter what you try and justify it with. SVM will be under no obligation if you shut them down to continue to provide water here. So tell me, where does Trona get its water? Because your board has still failed to acknowledge that. Where does the water come from? Is this board going to pay for a new pipeline? Because SVM owns that pipeline. Are you going to foot the bill for a new water treatment facility? Because SVM owns that too. How about our water towers? Are you going to pay for new ones of those? Because I don't think so. All of the water resources in this town are paid for or are managed by SVM in a manner which has been just fine since the 1930s. These simple questions are things this board has refused to answer in the past, and I don't foresee you answering them in the future. And because of that, this board should have no authority whatsoever on what goes on in Trona. You are dictating the fate of an entire town, and we take that very seriously. This isn't a joke to residents here in Trona, so please stop acting like it is. Spattering back and forth between all the members of this board and SVM's representatives has gotten very old. Trona residents do count, and your lack of understanding of historical knowledge is just absolutely disgusting. Since you've been told, there is no way to draw down those pumps without negatively impacting us. And while your new agreement makes out that we'd be okay, none of us actually believes that, because it will negatively impact us in the end if SVM is forced to leave. So I will ask you guys to vote for your conscience based on the information which you have already provided. Never in our state's history has a town been threatened as severely as this board has done to Trona. Other GSAs have faced similar issues and have come to agreements with entities within them. This board clearly doesn't do that. I have been paying attention, and the assumption that the public wasn't paying attention is just wrong. It would be nice for members of this board to stop using comments like that. Thank you guys so much for your time. I really hope that you vote no on this, or at least delay it until the court can make its final decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. Next caller.
Hello?
Caller, go ahead and state your name.
Yes, my name is Mike Neal, and I've been listening to all of the discussion back and forth, and the caller before last, I think, made a serious understatement. She said that the imposition of this fee, which would undoubtedly, as has been stated plainly at least twice in public, cause the shutdown of Searles Valley Minerals was undesirable. I'd like to actually put some reality to that. It would not be undesirable. It would be devastating. Now, if none of you have sat down for a few minutes and thought, what's going to happen to Trona and to Ridgecrest when 700 employees lose their jobs, you're failing so drastically in what the job you're supposed to be doing that's unbelievable. Just think about it for a minute. Just think about it. What do you think these people are going to do? Where are they going to go for work after that? You're going to have 500 minimum families out of work, no place to go. They'll have to leave. What's going to happen to their houses? What's going to happen to Ridgecrest when there's 500 empty houses thrown open, just sitting there with no buyers because we don't have 500 people waiting in line to come into this valley to buy homes? What do you think is going to happen at that point? Trona's going to go away. This whole idiotic argument about, well, we'll let Searles Valley shut down, but we're going to get water to the people of Trona. There won't be a Trona. You shut down Searles Valley, and there won't be a Trona, period. There may be a dozen people who want to hang on for whatever reason and stay out there. You can send a water truck out there and get them the water that they need. But in the meantime, Ridgecrest is going to turn into a semi-ghost town. And what do you think is going to happen in the long run when people decide this is a highly undesirable place to live? And now the base, who won't do anything, at least in public, to help solve this problem, finds out they can't keep a workforce here because Ridgecrest is a rat town full of empty houses all over the place. So congratulations on looking, even thinking about, considering, and wasting all this time and all paying all these lawyers' fees to banter about, to even consider doing something like this. If you couldn't come up with a reasonable solution, then you should have stepped down and got us an elected board who really wants to represent the people in this town and who really cares about what happens to it. But, it's clear that you don't, because you're even thinking about doing something like this. So, there we are. We're stuck with you, and we never wanted you in the first place.
Any further public comment? Okay, seeing no further public comment, I believe now we can close this hearing, and we will bring it back to the board for discussion and a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Are we doing any discussion first?
There's a motion and a second, but there's still, you can have conversation before we take a vote.
Gotcha. Well, so here, sorry, is it coming through on your end?
Yes, Director Eric, now we can hear you clear.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So, the issue for me is this, right now, by our own acknowledgement, no one here wants to shut down the domestic water to Trona. In fact, no one here would like to see the water to the plant shut down. Everyone would, have different ideas about whether the fee should be paid. Obviously, Charles Valley has one opinion, and members of the board have another. But it just seems to me that, as we've discussed over the earlier hearing and now this hearing, there's a menu of options to go about dealing with the issue of non-payment of fees, and I appreciate the fact that the board took the time to take this month to study this and kind of rewrote the resolution to try and provide some safeguards for the domestic water consumption in Trona. The issue, though, is it seems like of all the options to go about trying to collect the fee, though, this is the one option, though, that could, at the very least, impact the domestic water consumption in town. By our own acknowledgement, we don't know. We don't have a final opinion. And yes, I know, it'll have to go to court, and the court then can try and gather that information. And that's true. But judges and courts, those are men, and courts get it wrong sometimes too. Sometimes they get it right though, and usually they probably get it right. And it's very possible they make a determination. But if we start down this path, and at some point down the road, because of this chain of events, the domestic water to Trona gets cut off, that will be at least in part on all of us. And I know, all the talk about whether it's the PUC, there's whether Searles Valley is to blame, whether it would be us to blame. Yes, there will probably be responsibility with many different parties. But at the end of the day, it's got to be about whether the people in the small desert community could have their water impacted, and it just seems like we're skipping over all the other options and picking the one option to go about trying to collect this fee that could impact the domestic water. And I don't understand why we would want to jump straight to 10 when you have a 7 or an 8 or a 9 in the options. Then it just seems like it just feels very irresponsible to start out at that 10. Even if the risk is very small, there is that risk, and we have options to pursue that don't put the domestic water supply of Trona in jeopardy. So my hope would have been that we could find another option where we don't have this risk, but especially because Trona, those are the San Bernardino County constituents. The only reason that I sit on this board on behalf of San Bernardino County, it's not about some dirt over there up in northwestern San Bernardino County. It's not about even the water beneath the ground. It's about the people in that area. And if there's no Trona, there's no point to San Bernardino's participation in the board. Just like all of your communities, it's about the people who live in the Indian Wells Basin. In and of itself, it has no value other than the people that it represents. So I just hope, as we make these decisions, I hope everyone keeps that in mind.
So, Director Edmore, this is John Vallejo. There's already a motion and a second on the table, so we'll need to vote on that. But I guess I'm wondering, do you have a specific proposal?
Honestly, what I'd like to do is see if we could ask staff to come back and give us a menu of options so that we could find a way that we could try and both deal with our responsibilities as far as collection of the fee, but not threaten the domestic water supply of Trona. I mean, if the other board members are wrong, I'd be very interested in directing staff to report back and give us a menu of options. And then we can discuss the pros and cons in our next meeting, and then vote on them. And then at least we'll be able to say we looked at every option. And because right now it's all we've really done is discuss this one option at this hearing.
If I could jump in there, Chairman. My understanding and my perception anyway, and Director Ittmeyer's points are well taken. I understand where he's coming from. It's not a position anybody wants to be in. However, we delayed this hearing to find out information on what impacts this would possibly have on Trona and the domestic water company. And the way the comments we received back were taken to me is, as Jim Markman said, they were evasive. They didn't answer that question that they asked us to predicate this last delay on. And so that tells me that they're not willing to work with us on this issue. So the only way I see us being able to move forward on this is by getting court involved and getting that judgment that lets us go in there and make that determination, because I know we're not going to go in here and shut off anything until we know if it's going to impact the community in Trona. And so from my perspective, that just seems like the best option, the best way to go at this point. Again, it's not a situation anybody wants to be in, not something we want to have to do, but I just don't see a way to move forward without that step in there.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Well, I'd just like to add to that, when in the discussion of solutions, I believe Jim Markman was very, very clear in his presentation that we welcome options to put on the table and discussion. So I think the board's been real plain and clear on that. So go ahead, Mr. Director Ittmeyer. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh yeah, no worries. No, I appreciate that, but like when we had our first hearing on this a month ago, and I talked a little about potentially finding other options that wouldn't put the town in jeopardy. Unfortunately, and there's a lot of fingers. We can point a lot of blame around here, and some of it is very deserved. We don't really have a significantly clearer picture than we did a month ago. And what I'm saying is, occasionally it gets mentioned in passing. Oh well, there's other options. There's things such as liens. There's other options like that. It kind of gets mentioned in passing, but there hasn't been any sort of debate, anything sort of equivalent to this. So it makes it sound like, well, it's either we turn off the water
or we give up on collecting bills. And we have a whole menu of other options, and I'd really like to have the opportunity to kind of discuss some of those, and then, if the board decides after talking about them and hearing from the public that, look, these other that this is the best course, then that's one thing. But it just seems irresponsible to go straight to the one thing that could potentially shut down domestic water to customers in Trona and other communities around it.
Chairman Henry, can I jump back in there for just a second? Yes. It's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, however, it's my understanding that this basically just kind of starts the clock toward being able to get to that next step in enforcement if that's necessary. This doesn't prevent us from exploring other options in the meantime if we deem that's the best course. Is that correct?
That's correct. Assuming that Searles doesn't pay the fee when they're obligated to on July 1st.
Right.
And I think everybody understands they'll keep pumping.
Right, absolutely.
Then at that point, as Mr. Markman explained, this resolution would direct staff then to commence a legal proceeding where we have to prove to the court all of these things that we're talking about. In other words, before we would ever be able to get an order, we would have to, I'm certain that all the arguments you heard Searles present today and at the other hearings would be presented at that hearing. And in that case, there would actually be evidence put on. And there will be people under oath making statements. And I can tell you, I think you heard from Mr. Markman, and I can speak for staff, that if we got to the point in that proceeding where it became clear that that this would inevitably result in water being turned off to residents, then obviously we wouldn't be putting on that case. It wouldn't be a good case to put on. So we would have to demonstrate all those things in court. And since I've got the podium, can I just say something else that's been on my mind? There's been talk about whether or not what has been proved regarding the domestic water service and what remains unknown. And I just want to point out that this has really been quite what the argument has been that I've heard as I've sat up here from Searles and also in the pleadings has shifted over time. The original formulation was, if we go out of business, there'll be nobody to serve the water. That's one version of it. But then at the last hearing, we heard something about clay valves and leaky pipes, and there was this idea that came around that something inherent in their water system would prevent them from serving only the domestic water service in the event that the industrial water service ended. And so I just want to point out that the order you have in front of you addresses both those concerns. Regarding the first concern about what happens if Searles goes out of business, it is the opinion of staff that there is a continuing obligation to provide water service. I think Mr. McBride said that it would take a while for a receiver to be appointed. I mean, that depends on when they started. And this is an issue, as I pointed out, that would have a lot of heads up, right? We're going to be going through a court process. There'll be an order. I'm sure that there'll be conditions in the order that give time for things to happen if things need to happen, just like there is in our order. So regarding that issue, I think that one is closed from the perspective of this order. The second issue about what the physical characteristics of their system, there's more ambiguity, but that again is why the order bakes in this time so that Searles can go back to their system. And if it turns out, like we heard at the prior hearing and not this hearing, that there's something with the clay valves that need to be adjusted or their leaky pipes need to be replaced or something, then there's time to work that out. And so either way, from our perspective, that issue is being addressed in this order. And then finally, like I said, at the end of the day, we get to July 1st, and if they just continue to pump and don't pay, they're still not going to, the people will not be out of water because we still have to go to court and make that finding.
Correct. I appreciate that. Thank you.
but that still doesn't kind of get to the point though that there are other solutions. Again, the liens and other things that those ones there's zero risk to the people of Trona. This one there's a very small risk. And it's just that I just don't. It feels like there's no interest in this. And if that's the case, that's fine. But I'd love to have the chance to hear why some of these other solutions. We heard like Jim Barkman talking about there's other solutions. The board doesn't need it. There's other ways to collect. Well, but everyone just kind of refocuses on this. It feels a little frustrating that these other options don't seem like they're being explored.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, on that note, I think the concern is that, one, Searles has made a lot of declarations about their financial state and kind of called into question their ongoing viability regardless of the fees. We're talking about, I don't recall, $10 million a year in losses at this point. That's in spite of their special contract for the COVID vials. And then we have to get to the question of what are we going to lien? Because most of this property is on BLM property. And what are we going to attach? Because if they have to pay us the fee and they say they're going to go out of business. So this whole question of, what are we going to recover, I think is the key thing. Because if they pump and they cause damage not only to the, Trona community, but the greater Indian Wells Valley groundwater basin community, because we have now continued the overdraft without mitigating the damage that we know is occurring, then we're just sitting there with a loss of damages that someone else now has to pay for. That the one pumper gets away with to a certain extent. So I think that's like the real practical concern. Is there a real practical solution other than, hey, if you're pumping, you got to pay right now, because we need to pay for ongoing mitigation issues. We need to pay for water to import here so that we can maintain the community. We need to really maintain the ability of the broader community to survive in the long term. Because if we allowed the Meadowbrooks, if we allowed the Cerro Valley Minerals, if we allowed the Water District all to pump without getting the costs covered that we know we're going to have to incur, then, it's not too long down the road before all the domestic wells just start going dry and we don't have any funding to deal with that. That's like the primary concern that we're looking at, I think, as an agency, and that's the primary concern that we have to really protect against. And so what I'm seeing in this order here is plenty of time and process to make sure that we're not going to cut off a water supply to a domestic constituency. We're going to make sure before we do anything, and again, anything does not include us walking onto their property and turning off their wells. We don't have the authority to do that. Only the court's going to be able to have an order to enforce to do that as a practical matter. So with all of the time baked into this process, with all of the protections that we're trying to put in place with regard to the domestic users, to me, we're covering the concerns you're concerned about, Director Ignari. We're really making sure that the domestic users over there are not going to lose service. And if the ongoing viability of Searles Valley Minerals is in question regardless, we also need maybe to play a part in making sure that the CPUC has the heads up and that these other processes are in place to make sure we're going to cover that. And so, after this hearing here, when we talk about future agenda items, I want to talk about the potential for adding a project to our GSP for a pipeline that serves only the domestic users in Trona. I think that's something that we should explore, because I'm not confident that Searles Valley Minerals is going to be able to continue to provide that water in the future, regardless of our fees. And I think we need to cover that possibility. So that, back to your point of, what other options do we have? I think other options are, really take a big risk that a lot of damage to the basin occurs and we're not able to recover the costs needed to remedy those damages.
No, I appreciate that. I think you're right. The projects like that pipeline, I think are definitely important. Moving forward, I think this illustrates kind of the need for things like that, and I do appreciate that. But it feels like depending on when we're talking about it, the viability of these other options seems to shift, because at least in a lot of earlier conversations, the sense of no, there's other options and they're fine. So if the board doesn't want to move forward with this, then we have other options. But now it's but they're not good options. But there are no. I think that we're in a scenario where there are no good options. I mean, with this, a year from now, we'll be sitting here, and I can only speak for myself, but I don't think that we'll have whatever action we take today. I don't think a year from now we'll have a dime of payment just in this. But what we may be doing is, as we heard in public comment, terrifying a bunch of people out there who think that their water will turn off at any given moment. That just doesn't seem like a viable solution when, next June we'll all be sitting here and we'll be talking about, how are we going to collect it? I guess I don't have the same faith that this process will ultimately lead to a collection. And then the whole point is, so we terrify a bunch of people, and we end up not collecting anything. At least with the other project, some of the other processes like liens that might have special challenges. Yeah, maybe those end up not collecting anything either. But if they don't terrify all these people who think they're going to turn their faucet and no water is going to come out. I don't know. Just my thought.
I hear you. It is terrifying, but I think it's terrifying for the entire basin if we don't do anything. That's the real concern. We're looking at literally either drilling hundreds and hundreds of wells much deeper at crazy costs, or importing a lot of water at a different crazy cost. Like the water situation in the Indian Wells Valley groundwater basin is dire. And you're right, we don't have good options. And you're right, other people are right. We've been thrown this task by the state, and it's kind of a no-win situation unless, frankly, the Navy comes in and, creates a solution for us, because they have the manpower and the willpower and the funding to do this kind of project that we need, and to cover the cost, because obviously this community is having a tough time with these costs. It's a real thing. But in terms of the framing statements that are being made, that's why I was asking Mr. Blanchard about his declaration and the specifics about what their future looked like. And according to his declaration, like he said, there was 3 to 6 months before they even make adjustments to their operations. We didn't even put a timeline on having to actually be forced out of business, but they had to pay the whole fee. And then there's all these other options that are out there for them to explore lower cost water between now and the ultimate time they write their first check. So I think there's a lot of things in play, and I don't think any of the things in play are an immediate shutdown to water right now. And I think we've made that very clear in our order, and I want the public to be very clear that our order does not require and does not really even make it more likely that there's going to be any sort of shutdown of domestic water. Our order expressly avoids that scenario. And I think we need to be absolutely clear and not fall into the trap that Source Valley Minerals is trying to lay to say, hey, we're turning off domestic water. This order absolutely does not turn off domestic water. We need to say that loud and say it a lot, because that's the reality.
No, you're right about communication is the key with this. The thing is, though, and a couple times, when a couple people have responded to some of my comments that, well, it's the difference, we can't do nothing. And I certainly agree. We can't do nothing, because I think that's probably my understanding of the history is that's how we got to this point by, over many years, no one taking action. And yes, I certainly appreciate all the work over the last few years that the board and others have put in to try and finally get a solution to this. But is it the position of everyone else that all the other alternatives that we've constantly been told exist to collect money, that those are the equivalent of nothing? Is it that those have, say, maybe a 25% chance of succeeding of actually getting payment, while this has a 40%, 30%? And is that difference in probability, is that worth the fear that will be in that community? So whatever we say today and communicate, there's trust issues, there's also just messaging issues. But whatever we say today, if we vote for it, even with the protections we put in, there's going to be a lot of terrified people in Trona. So I guess the question is the sense of everyone else that this is significantly more likely to ultimately get payment than some of the options such as liens and other things? Or is it just slightly more likely, or are none of them particularly likely, but this is, say, 10%, and those are 1% or 0%? It's not a thing of do something or do nothing. There's different options that each of them has a chance they'll succeed and has a chance that it won't. And for me, at least, I'm not convinced that necessarily any of these, at least in the short term, in the next 12 to 18 months, are going to yield us a dime. But it'll certainly yield a whole lot of fear, and certainly tend to, no pun intended, poison the well more between us and the Trona community.
In my opinion, I don't know if this is necessarily going to get us to the point where we're collecting the replenishment fee. I certainly hope it does, but I think it'll at least get us some action as far as bringing people to the table and not just kicking the can down the road like we did last time. We had an issue with the water company that was brought up. We said, okay, we're going to delay. We didn't get any info. There's more delays today. At least this gives us a backstop where we can move forward at some point, even though we're not precluding ourselves from working on other options in the meantime. Hopefully this will, knowing that backstop's in there, bring everybody to the table and say, okay, look, this is what we have to do. This is what our options are. But it at least starts that process. So, I think this is the best way to go at this point, but I think there's already a motion and a second out there, but that's just my opinion on it.
Okay.
Chairman Heyman?
Aye.
Director Peters?
Aye.
Director Vallejo?
Aye.
Director Itnire?
No.
Motion carries.
Okay, so at this time, I'd like to ask the court reporter if she'd like a break. Okay. Okay. And we had it in our agenda to take a break at this time anyway, so does everybody want to take a 10 minutes? Is that enough time? Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. It is basically 4:09, so we will start back at 4:20. It is 4:21, and we are going to resume the meeting at this time. We're moving to item number 8, consent agenda. A, approve minutes of the board meeting May 12th, 2021. B, approve expenditures. Item B1, $63,435.63 to Stetson Engineers. Replenishment comes out of replenishment fee. Item B2, $16,898.75, Regional Government Services. Item B3, $15,962.50, Capital Core Group. And item B4, $750, Waterwise Consulting. Does any member wish to have any item pulled?
No, sir.
I would like to have item BI, pull the Stetson engineers.
Is that Roman numeral 1?
B1.
B1?
B1, well, BI, 1, okay.
Okay.
I'll go with that.
Romanette, we'll call it Romanette.
Do we want to go ahead and discuss item B1 or go ahead and approve the remaining portion of the agenda?
I think we need to get public comment on the consent agenda first, right?
Well, so people do these differently. The way I think we do it customarily at the city is we'll pull an item for discussion. We will vote on it.
We can't hear you.
Sorry, I wasn't talking in the microphone. The way that we've done this at the city is we pull an item for discussion, but first vote on the rest since there's no discussion necessary after public comment. Then come back to the ones that have been pulled and discuss them and then vote.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So we're going to open a public comment. Any public comment on item 8, consent agenda? Okay, seeing no public comment, we will look for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda.
Okay.
With the exception of B, Romanette 1.
Correct. Thank you.
Second.
Chairman Hayman.
Aye.
Vice Chair Rotora.
Aye.
Director Peters.
Aye.
Director Vallejo.
Aye.
Director Itnire.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move to item B1. And Director Rotora, would you like to discuss any questions you have?
I have no problem or objection to the $63,000. I'm sure the Stetson engineers did everything that was stated in the invoice, but I looked through the invoices, and there was only one or two out of multiple invoice elements, or whatever you want to call them, that really had anything to do with the replenishment fee. And my feeling is that we really need to make sure that we're pulling the funds out of the right fund for when we pay these things, because otherwise the accounting system is going to get to the point where it's going to be impossible to fix it. And I'll probably talk about this later on during the finance discussion as well.
Anyone else have any further comments or questions?
No, sir.
So we'll look for a motion to approve item B1.
So move.
Second.
Chairman Hayman.
Aye.
Vice Chair Rotora.
Aye.
Director Peters.
Aye.
Director Vallejo.
Aye.
Director Itnire.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Moving on to item number 9, Water Resources Manager Report. That will be with Steve Johnson.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Hayman. Well, you guys got a lot of endurance doing this. It's a long meeting. We're good. I don't know how much my staff is still here. I've had the staff. I see Heather's here. I've had them hanging on because we're doing updates, and we'll try to do this quick. I was going to open with a couple of things I wanted to mention to the board and to the audience, but I'm going to shorten that too. I just want to make the statement that generally we've heard some comments about communication, response to comments, coordination with TACPAC, those kinds of things, and we certainly take those very serious. Big picture, since the board adopted the GSP clear back in January of 2020, it was soon after that we entered this whole crazy mess with this COVID restrictions and not having public meetings. And frankly, it's been difficult on everybody, including the public, including us, including the entire GA staff. It's been difficult on everybody to try and do operations as normal as possible and be responsive and act and feel like we're really communicating under these circumstances. We're hoping it's going to get better. I want to give you my commitment to the board, the staff team, and to the audience that we remain open to all comments, and we'll try to respond as best we can on all comments under the board's directions. We follow the direction of the board. We obviously don't want to get into a situation where we're spending a lot of time and money just responding to comments from the public, but we will follow the direction of the board and be as responsive as we can. So I just wanted to let people know we're hoping to get back on track and get into regular meetings, the board, the PAC, and the TAC, hopefully very soon. So with that, we're going to the PowerPoints. If we put the PowerPoints up, we have the first PowerPoint. We've got 3 PowerPoints. I think we were asked to ask for questions after each PowerPoint item rather than wait till the end last time, so we should do that. I'll put my staff, the folks working on this, my co-workers, I should say, we'll do that. Joseph Montoya is going to do Prop 1, Prop 2, and Recycle Water program. He's working with Jeff Helsley here on that. Joseph, are you there? We can go ahead. Let's try to keep it short. I know everybody's tired.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, I'm here.
So we can go ahead on Prop 1. Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be covering the Prop 1, Prop 68 status updates, as well as the recycled water. I'll be very brief given the duration of the meeting so far. So Prop 1, Invoice 8A, that is still we're still awaiting payment due to a number of the CEQA concurrences that we've gone back and forth with DWR about. We submitted a revised invoice in the amount of about $82,000 back on May 14th to remove some costs that were subject to CEQA concurrence. And we did that based on suggestions from DWR that we sort of pushed forward with getting the invoice paid. So we submitted that on May 14th. We're hoping to receive payment soon. Invoice 9A has a similar issue. We had to revise the requested amount to remove some of those CEQA concurrence items. So that revised amount is about $52,000, again, submitted on May 14th. Now, as far as the CEQA concurrence, we did submit some environmental and site clearance documents back in April. Those are currently being reviewed by DWR. There are 2 documents that we're still waiting for word from the Navy, categorical exclusion documents for the Prop 1 monitoring wells. And we're still working with our legal counsel to update the environmental information form that DWR is requesting, as well as a letter certifying that no legal challenges were submitted for any of the Prop 1 grant work. Now going on to the next slide, Invoice 10A was submitted back on May 28th, so a few weeks ago. That invoice covered the period from January through March of this year. Total requested payment amount after retention, about $78,000. So that was submitted May 28th. We're currently waiting to hear back from DWR to receive payment. That invoice did not have any items that were subject to CEQA. So again, with the revised invoices 8A and 9A, we're hoping to receive payment relatively shortly. So now for the next slide, Prop 68, we did receive payment for invoice 9B back on May 24th. The amount of that invoice was about $4,300. So that's good news. We did receive that payment. We also submitted invoice 10B in the amount of $2,800 approximately, submitted that back on May 28th as well. And a joint progress report for both Prop 1 and Prop 68 was submitted on May 28th to document the work that's been done during this reporting period for early this year. So those are, that's all I have as far as the Prop 1 and the Prop 68 status updates. Steve, I think we'll open it up to questions.
Any questions from the board?
Not here.
Okay, seeing no questions, I'd say move on.
Okay, thank you. So our next item is the recycled water program update. I'll be very brief with this one again due to the nature of the meeting, but we're currently working on a use alternatives analysis to evaluate recycled water projects that could provide benefits to the basin and move towards sustainability in a cost-effective manner. Unfortunately, we don't have too much to report as of our last meeting. We did meet with Krieger and Stewart back in May in response to an outline that the Water District had put together for a recycled water use alternatives analysis. We're preparing a joint scope of work as a result of that meeting that we had. And this scope of work is basically going to outline all of the work that's going to occur as part of this analysis, and it will include feedback from this recycled water working group that we've put together that includes staff from Stetson, from the city through their consultant, Michael Nunley, who's working on the upgrades to the secondary treatment facility that's over there, and staff from Krieger and Stewart as well. So that scope of work is currently being reviewed internally. We're hoping to get that out in the next week, as well as the draft write-up of the city's existing wastewater facilities, uses, and plans to upgrade and expand the treatment facility. So yeah, we're looking to release those next week to the TAC and the PAC.
Excellent, Joseph. I'm glad you covered the TAC and the PAC. We will be going to the PAC and the TAC. And I just wanted to add, thanks to the Water District making Krieger and Stewart available with a lot of experience and valuable input on what we're putting together. So the product coming out should look like a joint effort product for the TAC and the PAC to look at. And with that, Chairman Heyman, I think we can go to questions again.
I'm sorry, Steve, could you go ahead and repeat what you just said?
I just said that just at the end of it, I wanted to acknowledge the participation and the work of the offer that the Water District made to make Krieger and Stewart available to do this. A lot of experience and knowledge on recycled water, very helpful, and products coming out of this recycled water program and this technical group that we're working on that go to the PAC and the TAC, which that's where they're headed. We should be considered those a joint effort, and that's it. So I'll be ready to open for comments or questions.
Okay. Any board comments?
Yes, simple question. Who generated the joint scope of work?
I think it was our office in collaboration with Krieger and Stewart and the consultant for the city.
Okay.
Our office took rid of the draft. The internal draft is, when you call that internal draft, Director, an internal draft means one group prepares it and distributes to the rest of the group, including our staff team, to make sure they're good with it before it goes out. So it's just a lot more convenient for one entity to draft it rather than everybody do it, and then the others to look at it and comment. Once they comment, any changes we would make would then go out, would be revised, then go out to the PAC and the TAC.
Okay. And similarly, who's writing up the draft of the city's existing wastewater treatment facilities?
I believe that our office did that in collaboration with the city on the work that they've done on their consultant. Using their information, I think we prepared the first draft, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. I think that's it. I think we're ready to go to the next slide, which is maybe COSO. Steve Reich's on the road. I think he's in a parking lot waiting to get on. Steve, are you with us?
Yep. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep, you can.
Okay, so the good news is I think we talked about last month, we had done the archaeological report and turned in the final report to the BLM, and they have completed their review of both the NEPA and the right-of-way issue. It was going to be issued this week, the final on that, and I got an update that it will come out next week. So as soon as we receive the final documentation, we will turn that over to the Navy with the scope of work for the well drilling on the Rose Valley project for 2021. Are there any questions on that?
Any questions from the board? None? Nope, no questions. So we can move on.
The second, of course, is the 2022 COSA project, where we talked about the 2-year project at the last meeting, and we have been working with a subcontractor for the scope of work in terms of doing the investigation along the mountain front there to define the faults and the water recharge that comes off the Sierras. I'm just kind of holding on to that just to make sure it conforms with the fiscal year 2022 energy support budget. I've been basing it on meeting the requirements of 2021, and I just want to just kind of holding off for that 2022 guidance document. So, again, I'll be happy to answer questions on that.
Any questions from the board? No questions, so continue on.
Sorry, I got to unmute. Got to pay attention. I'm off and on. Thank you, Steve Wright. Very helpful. Steve will be back to talk real briefly at the end about the surface water replenishment project. We've got Heather Steele. I can see her on the screen, so you guys can actually see her. Very happy to have her back actively involved in these things. She spent some time working on the shallow well impact mitigation study and the program. So, Heather, would you take off on this PowerPoint, please?
So last month, the board did adopt and approve the shallow well mitigation report.
You might talk a little more into your microphone.
You guys hear me better now? Last month, the board did adopt the shallow well mitigation report form. It is intended to be on the website. I know currently the website is going to be structured in the near future to make it more user-friendly. So if someone cannot find it yet and wants that form, they can contact me or April to get that. But that has been approved, and now the actual written mitigation program has been drafted as well. That is currently staff review right now. After staff review is completed, we'll be bringing that to the TAC and the PAC for their prior to bringing it to the board for final approval. The slide does show a draft summary of the process. The details of the program are still being worked out, but you can see a summary there. Basically, the evaluation process for considering a well for mitigation under this program, it's initiated when a shallow well owner submits the shallow impact mitigation report form to the authority, and then that information is going to be sent to the water resources manager, and Stetson then will complete their evaluation of the well and the impacts to that well, make mitigation recommendations. After those mitigation recommendations are reviewed, the staff will make a priority list for mitigation projects and submit that to the board for approval to begin implementation of those projects. That's the update if there's any questions on that program.
Great, thank you. I will let the board know that I did review the draft, and my comments are in this. Heather has my comments, so we'll put this going out to the groundwater authority's internal review of the staff team before it goes to the PAC and the TAC. So I think we're moving forward there.
Yes, it's in staff review right now with the GA staff.
Okay, great, perfect. So we're ready for questions, Chairman Heyman.
Okay, any questions from the board?
Can you say when the draft's going to be brought to the TAC and the PAC? Is there a schedule?
Actually, I don't have a date for that. I anticipate it would take just maybe 1 or 2 weeks to wrap up the staff review. Can get that to the TAC and the PAC. Well, it should certainly be before the next board meeting.
I'm sorry, I guess I didn't actually hear the...
Before the next board meeting, she said.
Before the next meeting? Okay, great.
Yes. Before the next meeting, we want to get the comments back, make any changes, and it'll be out. So maybe 1 to 2 weeks, so certainly be before the next board meeting.
Great, thank you.
Very good.
Okay, we're good. So the last item, there isn't a PowerPoint for it, but Steve Wright just wanted to give you an update. on the surface water replenishment work that was put together and where we're going with that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. I had not made as much progress on that as I wanted to for this board meeting, so due to work and vacation schedules this last month. So we are again progressing. We've done the GIS work and we've reviewed the old reports, and we're looking at really focusing our efforts over the next 3 weeks to get to a preliminary findings on the matrix that we talked about. So for this board meeting, I do not have anything to report other than we're proceeding.
Thank you.
I think I got those questions with that.
Thank you, Stephen. Any questions
sorry,
from the board for Steve? No. None? Okay. No questions, so that wraps up the Water Resource Manager's report, and this time I'll bring it back for public comment.
The public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have any public comment for item number 9, Water Resources Manager report? Seeing no public comment, we will move on to item number 10, General Manager's report, and this will be with Carol.
Hi, good afternoon. You know what? It's not ideal to be the last act of a long day, so I will make this as brief as I can. We'll start with the financial report. There is a financial statement or profit and loss statement in your budget, or excuse me, in your packet. It's a first quarter report. It continues to be a work in progress. We're still trying to basically merge the adopted budget with whatever financials we've been able to pull together from information from the water district and from the county. And so I apologize if it's still not a complete picture. We're still also looking at trying to determine the best way to present the information. But I think we're trying to put together at least something for you to see in terms of revenue and expenditures. But again, this is through the end of March, so we'll continue to work on this and try to get a better handle on the numbers and each month that will get a little and easier to understand. Also in your packet, you have a report from Capital Core Group. Most of that is self-explanatory, so I won't spend too much time on it. I do want to point out, though, that there is some good prospects for some state funding coming up, some good pots of money for water-related projects, and the folks from Capital Core will be monitoring that for us to see if there's anything that our communities or the GA will be able to take advantage of. The report from the SVAC, from California Water Association, arrived a little too late to make it into your packet. I can tell you that they've continued to do system leak audits at some of the different water systems, West Valley Mutual and Pioneer Point in May. I will also say that they've encountered a few water systems that weren't interested in receiving the leak detection audits. China Lake Acres Mutual, Sweetwater Co-op, East Inyo Kern, Owens Peak West. These are all referenced in the report as systems that were not interested in receiving the leak detection services. Also, with regard to this program, we've been talking to the Colorado Water Association representatives about how we can make use of the money that wasn't used, that was left over in our grant from the water use efficiency component, because as you recall, there were 2 pots, and we just did not get a whole lot of interest from the community in those point of use programs. But we're looking to see how we can make good use of that within the parameters of the program, something that DWR will approve. So we're working on a work plan that would make use of those unused funds for activities such as drought planning and education, possibly even meter replacements for some of the small systems that have never replaced their meters, just so that there's more accurate water use detection. And along with the change in scope, we would also be looking to extend the term of our agreement for the program for about 16 months. So normally it would end the end of this month, end of June. This would extend it into October of next year. So that's all in the works, and having conversations with Cal Rural Water and with DWR, and we'll be bringing you back additional information on that as we have it. Finally, in your packet, you'll see a draft letter with regard to delinquent accounts. That's going to be circulated through staff, and what we're doing is trying to streamline and simplify our collection or follow-up on delinquent accounts. This is something that April is working on, and this would give her an opportunity to send out more of a form letter and just as a reminder to get folks moving. But again, this will be circulated through staff and maybe modified a bit before it's actually put into use. So that's my report, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board?
I have a couple questions and or comments on the finance report. First of all, it's obvious that you took some of my comments to heart from last month. It's much more readable.
We did.
And
we did, sir. Thank you.
I certainly appreciate that. I do think, and I thought I had said last time, maybe I didn't, that I think columns 4 and 5, I believe, are mislabeled, and they should be imported water and shallow well mitigation as opposed to what's on there now. I won't go into a lot of detail on anything else except for the thing that I'm having the most problem with is on page 2 with regard to Stetson in the middle of page 2. There's a a charge of $438K in replenishment fee, but there's nothing budgeted. And the total for all of the various accounts is only $60K. And I'm sure one of the things I brought up earlier during the approval of the cost elements, and we pulled the item, was that the Stetson, it looked like, was being charged totally to the replenishment fee rather than broken out the way Stetson had broken it out. I think Stetson actually had done a pretty good job of identifying, which area it was going to. So I guess I'd like to see some of that resolution in there. And I appreciate your continued hard work on getting this thing in an organized manner. So thank you.
Points well taken, Director, and we will be on. We are still trying to determine how best to allocate expenses based on how the budget was set up. But we will definitely be taking those comments into consideration and making improvements and changes.
Thank you.
No other questions? Thank you, Carol.
Yep.
So we're going to move on to item number 11, public comments. This time is reserved for the public to address the board about matters not on the agenda. No action will be taken on non-agenda items unless authorized by law. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. So this time we will open the public comment. Caller, state your name and go ahead.
Yes, this is Judy Decker again, and I would like to say that listening to this meeting was a terrible chore. I believe I heard less than 50% of it, and it's obvious that the directors don't hear it either, because both Director Ettmeyer and Director Vallejo stated that they couldn't hear several times. It's been 15 months that you people have denied the public access to the council chambers. This is disgusting. I hope that your July meeting will be open to the public so that the people that are truly interested can come and hear all of the meeting. You had two very important items on your agenda today, both public hearings. They were very poorly heard, including the important comments made by your special counsel, Mr. Markman. It's time you stopped hiding behind the lockdown that our governor put in place so long ago. Open the meetings.
Thank you, Judy. Next caller.
This is Nick Panzer. Can you hear me?
Yes, Nick, we can hear you.
Okay. We did not. Oops, excuse me. I'm going to turn off my TV sound so I can eliminate that echo. I did not hear but about every other word of Carol's presentation. She was cutting in and out, so I didn't have a complete picture there. And in the meantime, I was trying to call in to make a comment on Carol's general manager report, and eventually, figured out that Judy was on the line. So anyway, I have a comment for Carol, if it's okay, on the financial report. And my comment is this. A month ago at the meeting, Director Rotora raised a couple of good issues that I totally agreed with. He asked, as I recall, basically, it would be nice to have a listing of our assets, our cash balances and so forth. In a separate later comment, he said, do we have a listing somewhere of our outstanding accounts payable? And to me, as a retired CPA, those are just basic things to be found on any balance sheet. And although I'm very happy with the progress that has been made by Carol and your group on the profit and loss side, the cash flow side, I am encouraging you to keep after the process. I know it is a work in process, but you really do need a accrual basis, generally accepted accounting principle format balance sheet in every statement to answer the kinds of concerns that Mr. Rotora has raised and that I raised. I'd like to know what the cash balances are. I'd like to know the other assets broken down by their respective restrictive categories, and also an aging of all the accounts payable. I don't know how you can run a business without it. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Next caller. Caller, state your name and go ahead.
Yes, this is Renee West-Dulusk. I just have a question regarding exempted pumping allotments that were originally passed in the August 21st replenishment fee ordinance, and then it was updated this January, I believe. There was a preliminary 2021 allotment of sustainable yield, and then I have a question regarding the small mutuals, and they were originally allotted 300 acre-feet a year, and now in January they were allotted 322 acre-feet a year for that exemption. So what I want to know is what wells qualified to be in that exempted pumping allotment. Are they domestic private wells that are non-de minimis, that are registered and metered in order to qualify for that exempted pumping allotment? Or do they have to be registered and metered? That's my question.
Steve Johnson, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, I'm actually, I think I have the answer, and if I'm wrong, Renee, we'll get back to you, but I think the answer to all of your questions is yes and yes and yes. It's intended for the process is intended to use Navy's pumping for the prior year to carve that out of the sustainable yield for the next year, along with de minimis pumping, and that's for the de minimis pumping, and then allocate the rest of the pumping to municipal pumping for domestic uses. That's what it's for. That's what we're trying to do. And yes, we have to know about them. They have to be registered. They have to be part of the program to be included. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you, Steve. Next caller. Caller, go ahead and state your name and go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. This is Jade. Before these meetings were video recorded, and now with COVID they're live streamed, there were audio files and audio recordings of, I believe, all of the meetings, the GA and the PAC and TAC. Yet when we moved websites from the Kern County website to the IWVGA's own website, those audio recordings did not get transferred over. So everything prior to 2018 is the audio files that used to be on the website, and I would like to see those and some of those, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, we kind of lost you on the audio, so maybe try speaking into your microphone a little closer. Maybe that might help. And if you would, just kind of repeat what you just said.
Sure. So prior to 2018, there were audio files of all of these meetings. So that was before there was video recordings of the meetings. And those audio files were posted to the Kern County website before IWVGA had their own website. When that switch was made, those audio files did not turn over. So all of the meetings prior to 2018 are missing their audio recording files. And some of those meetings are also missing minutes on our website, particularly in 2017. So I would like to see those audio files restored, and if they could be locating the meeting minutes updated to those older meetings back before 2018. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Okay, seeing no further public comment, we'll move on to item number 12, closing comments. And we can start from Director Peters.
No comment from me. Thank you, Chairman.
I do have just a couple small ones here. Based upon board comment from last month, I thought Steve Johnson was going to provide the GA board some clarification on parts of the annual report. I'd still like to see that done. Primarily, my interest is in the water storage changes or deltas and the well levels deltas. So I'd like to see that get on the agenda. Also, mimicking the public on public comment, opening to the public. I suggested we do that last month. The city is open, the county is open, the water district is open. That's 3 out of 3 of the big 3. I don't see how we can possibly stay closed to the public unless we've got a real good reason, and I can't think of one. So I would like to also recommend that we go public. Also, last month I suggested that we start going over a schedule on anything that's time critical. And I didn't see one this month. So I'm still pushing for having every month go through a schedule presentation. Also, I'd like to see on the agenda for next month a transient pool and fallowing program update. I know we don't have money to participate in the transient pool, but the fallowing program is still very critical to us. Especially as it relates to a dust mitigation program. If we don't know what's going on in the fallowing, we won't know what to do with regard to dust mitigation. So I think we need to get our arms around that, and we need to have a briefing on that. Also, for next month, I'd like to have a status of the 2020 audit. This is the 6th month into the new fiscal year. Typically, most audits are out in the 5th or 6th month of the new fiscal year. So I think it's time we actually got to that. And that is all. Thank you.
If I might, this is Steve, Director Matora. We did prepare a response. I thought it was released, a written response. I thought it was released. I think Heather's still on. We will make sure we get you that response to the newspaper article and the discussion on the annual report, and we'll make sure that we get it to April and goes to all the board members.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Regarding the fallowing program, we've not advanced that at the request of the Water District. Does this represent a change in policy on the Water District's part regarding the fallowing program?
I hadn't heard that, quite frankly, Keith. The Water District said we should not pursue a fallowing program?
The fallowing program was intended to be paid for by the replenishment fee.
No, what I'm concerned about is the dust mitigation program being compatible with whatever the farmers are planning in terms of fallowing. All right. If the farmers start fallowing their trees or whatever, we need to have something that's compatible with the for dust mitigation. I think what you're referring to is the Water District has no intention of using replenishment fee funds for purchasing the transient pool. However, that is still an ongoing thing between the farmers, and there may be fallowing going on independent of the groundwater authority purchasing that transient pool. So what I want to make sure is that we understand what fallowing is being pursued by the farmers or whoever, so that we don't get behind with regard to dust mitigation. We could end up in a terrible spot if we don't know and understand who, if anybody, is doing fallowing.
I think what you're describing is different than the fallowing program, which is what had me confused.
Excuse me. Chairman Hammond, if I should have a chance to add here, there is a form adopted. Nobody's able to fallow anything or transfer any transient pool water so they can fallow without providing us notice, and so far we've gotten none.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
If somebody wishes to transfer their transient pool and fallow it, because the fallowing program was actually for the benefit of the Water District, so it's a different item. But if somebody wants to transfer their transient pool to another entity, there's a form that this board has adopted that they have to submit to us.
Oh.
And nobody has done so, so there's nothing to report.
Okay. See, that was simple, wasn't it? Hey, you're trying to make it hard.
Director Vallejo, closing comments.
Yeah, thanks. A couple things. One, I would like to have, for discussion purposes, not for action item, but for discussion purposes, the concept of adding a GSP project to serve the domestic water supply in Trona in the event that Searles Valley Minerals ceases its operations. I think we should discuss that and consider the possibilities, not because of the fee per se, but because of the concern that Searles Valley Minerals might not be an ongoing operation regardless of the fee. So there's that. And two, quite some time ago, I asked Mr. Johnson to provide the board with some rough calculation information about the cost of importing water through AVEC that was untreated. I'd like that to be presented to the board as well. So those two things I'd like to have for conversation at the next board meeting on the agenda. It could be during the second one regarding the AVEC untreated water could be during just the Water Resources Manager update. And, I just want to commend the board for, the tough day that we had here. And this is, not an easy thing that we're tasked with doing. figuring out how to make sure that this basin is sustainable in the long term. It's a monumental effort, and the costs to the community and the costs to everyone involved are great because we are in a closed basin that has very little water compared to the water that is needed to be used in this basin. I think it was Director Ittmeyer said there's no easy answer here, or there's no good options here, and it's right. It's all tough, and none of it is enjoyable to those in terms of fees. But what I understand our mission to be is to ensure the long-term viability of the communities in this basin, and that is what the fee is aimed at doing. And unless and until this GA decides as an agency itself that we want to completely change our approach to what our mission is and or punt the issues to the state of the feds, I think we made the right call today, even though it's a tough call to make. So with that, thank you all, and I will see you next month.
Thank you, Director Vallejo. Director Ittmeyer, closing comments?
I just kind of want to echo a couple of things that Director Vallejo said. Just obviously it was a very tough day, and as I mentioned earlier, and as Director Vallejo reiterated, there's not any easy answers. Maybe the board made the right decision today, maybe not. I think time will tell. So I think we just need to keep working on solutions. I definitely think we should look at options to ensure domestic water in the Trona area in the event, regardless of what the ultimate status is of Searles Valley. So I second Director Vallejo on that as well as a subject I'd like to see discussed in a future meeting. But, it was a long meeting, and thank you all for your patience today.
Thank you, Director Ittmeyer. I only have just a brief comment on the opening back up to the public. So as of June 15th, with the reducing some of the restrictions on the state, do we need to, as a board, make a formal decision on when we open up, or is that something that the staff can do, and once the 15th rolls around, based off other counties and because we have such a wide, diverse group of people that operate under several different counties, and so
right.
I figured maybe after the 15th we'll know a little more and we can make that decision.
I think all of the board members have expressed at one time or another a desire to open it up as quickly as we can. As you know, we've got representatives that are operating under a bunch of different rules, and we're trying to understand those rules and be respectful of them. So that's been our consideration. But before every meeting, we say can we do it now, and then we check and see how the rules work for everybody. And we're optimistic that maybe the next one will be the one. We'll see.
Okay. All right. So thank you. And with that, the next meeting will be July 14th, 2021. And this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, everybody. Great job.
Thank you. I concur. Everyone did a fantastic job, and appreciate all your hard work.